Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, April the 22nd. My name is Barry Anerson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Thank you, Green. All right, yeah, just as I was set to open this room, this HCDI started to pop here. Low float, 9 million in the float, a lot of volume already. I don't see any specific news yet. I'm looking at my headlines. I don't see any news yet for the reason, but again, low float situation, 9 million. It was briefly, well, it was through the 200-day moving average, 245. Now it's right at the 200-day moving average area. So to wait and see what happens once this market opens, but I don't see any news on it. So yeah, this VLON, of course, was absolutely going crazy. And for me, the key area, I mean, if you weren't already in it, the key area now will be this 248 area. That is the next high looking left on that daily chart. You can see if it can somehow take that out. It's got a ton of room. That gap is up to 764. The 200-day is up here at around 5. The news on them, I guess they're exploring strategic alternatives, etc. You know, maybe a merger, a buyout, etc. So that is the news for VLON, and huge volume, 19 million, only 3.2 in the float. This has traded the float a little over 6 times already. MITQ. You know what it is? Puget. Is that what the news is on HCBI? HCDI. Yeah, I don't see it. I'm not saying it's not there. Let me see if we have it here. I see we have a restatement of diluted earnings on the 21st, but all right, if that's their news, great. Not shortable. It is shortable for me. Oh, that was yesterday's news? Oh, okay. I was just looking at today, seeing if there's anything today. MITQ. Popping on, I don't know who this Sandbox, SNDBX partnership. That's the news I had for it. No, I don't see that news. Interesting. It seemed to disappear from my Ivy headline. Anyway, CD, a gap up. I don't think I have any specific news on it. CD, China stock. Takeover offer. Okay. Preliminary. Yeah, so they're looking maybe to be taken over. SCYX is down on a financing, a $3 financing. SCYX, the big gap down on and the financing is at $3. So maybe it'll come closer to that price. Corsair, boy, CRSR. Corsair is gap down. And they don't release until the 5th, but I guess they're guiding poorly. So ahead of their release on the 5th, earnings release on the 5th, they're basically saying, don't think it's going to be very good. So their preliminary guidance is not good. So look at this, Corsair, what a gap down. Almost an all-time low now. CRSR. Yeah, the gap was a couple of downgrades that I saw for the gap, GPS. And gap down. I mean, look at this. What a great move down. Yeah, this Aiton, I was disappointed in the last one. When I say that, the The two previous to the last one, I can't even remember what the last one was, had announced that they were going to be added to the S&P small cap. In this case, it's the 600. Really had great days. And so I was all excited. The last one, I can't even remember what it was, and it did absolutely nothing. So we'll see. I mean, they say they're going to, well, no, it's going to be happening on the 26th, I believe. S&P 600 small cap on the 26th. So we'll see what happens. CLF was a gap up. This is an earnings play. CLF is an earnings play. Still is. It's a big pop actually with $500 million in the float. That's a big percentage move for CLF. Another more expensive one, guys. KMB. Kimberly Clark is a nice. If you enter the more expensive ones, this is a great gap up here through the 200-day moving average. It's an earnings play. So if you're into the more expensive ones, this is a very interesting one, gapping through the 200-day moving average. Another more expensive one, ALV, is gapping down on earnings. ALV, it's not as expensive as I thought. Anyway, ALV is gapping down on earnings. Might have some support around that 72 level, so it's not that far away. And I just did a check on oil prices. Oil prices are a little weaker this morning. So when we look at our sector analysis, I'm pretty sure we're going to see every one of the energy stocks are down from yesterday's close. Here's GPS, guys, continuing down. This is the expensive one I was thinking of. HCA. HCA, this is the expensive one. So this is an earnings play, and this is a big gap down 10%. HCA on earnings through the 200-day moving average. So we had the one that popped through the 200-day, and now this is HCA popping down underneath the 200-day moving average. The news working? You mean from Interactive Brokers? It was this morning. I'm looking right now. It appears to be. Just in that other one that the MITQ. I mean, it is. I don't know what happened. I'm sure that I saw something about it. Well, I have it written down. It's SNDBX partnership. I just don't see it now. But everything else appears to be working. Yeah, somebody asked about the BKEP. This is a buyout, so I would forget about that. I want to keep an eye on this LLAP. The big day 2 days ago got up to 813, closed here. So it was a big sell-off down to 569. Had a good day yesterday, but it looks like it is, well, it's not quite. No, 566 is the high of yesterday. If it gets over 566, it may have another run. So it's actually not a low float. I don't see any specific news on it today. I think it had some news 2 days ago. I don't see. Interesting name, LMAO. Yeah, so there's no volume yet, so I guess that's why it's not listed in my alts. So C-Star Medical to become a publicly traded or publicly listed on NASDAQ via a business combination with this one, LMAO. Does it indicate when? So this is early. Okay, no, the transaction has been approved. Proposed business combination expect third quarter 2022. Okay, so this is not going to be trading as that Seascape or Seastar for a while. And I'm just kind of seeing if anything else is popping in here. SPIR. SPIR. Yeah. See, I saw this up at 2 and then it's popped right back down. It's only up a nickel now. Just looking to see if there's anything else that's kind of showing up on my list as a late bloomer. Okay, RERE, RERE, China stock, not very much volume. I mean, if it can somehow find its way over that 330 mark, then it's got some room to the 450 mark, but just not a lot of volume. I don't see any specific news on it. I'm trying to remember the one yesterday that I kind of dismissed and it just ramped. I think it was a China stock. You guys will probably remember. I talked about it briefly in the pre-market, but I kind of discounted it. Look at the market, by the way, guys. Well, we were in a modestly positive area. Now, market is starting to sink here again. All right, 912. Let me take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from the analysts this morning from briefing.com. Not the analysts from briefing.com, just this is how I get it sent to me from briefing.com. So we have about a 50-50. Here are the upgrades, 50-50, in other words, about the same number of upgrades, same number of downgrades. All right, we've got I don't know who Argus is. I've sort of seen them, but they're upgrading a couple of the airlines. And JP Morgan's upgrading UAL also. I just can't get behind them yet. And you think they're going to start flying? They disappoint you, but maybe have to just take a look at Jets, JETS. That's your ETF for the airline industry. So keep an eye on that one if you're looking. So yeah, so JP Morgan and Argus are both upgrading American Airlines, AAL. Actually, I don't. So JP Morgan and Argus are both upgrading UAL and American Airlines. I don't know who Argus is, but those were the upgrades. A few more to go. Or the downgrades. Yeah, I don't see any multiple downgrades. All right, there are the upgrades and the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Okay, this VLON is definitely holding here, guys. It's holding very well here. I mean, there's a key area right there. It takes that out. I'm not saying you have to hop in and buy it, but that's be a key break 248 for VLON. Just look left on that daily chart. I mean, this is your news, okay? Review of strategic alternatives. That's your news. And the same news coming in announced a review of strategic alternatives. All right, this may be a sympathy play with the Gap GPS. This is not an earnings play, but AEO is moving down now also. AEO, along with the Gap GPS. So maybe the retailers. Let's take a look at Nordstrom's. I haven't seen Nordstrom's for a long time. JWN. Let's see if the retailers are. The retailers look weak right now, guys. The retailers look weak. Boy, this VLON guy, yeah, man, it's not shortable for me. I was looking to, because I actually wanted to short it, but it's not shortable for me. I wanted to take a look at shorting it, I should say, but it is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. No shorts available. PVH. Oh, in terms of a retailer, men's and boys cut and sew apparel contractors. That's the segment it's in. Calvin Klein, Tommy Hilfiger. I watched the rise and fall of Abercrombie and Fitch. Very interesting. Let's see what ANF is doing. Well, let's go and take a look at the sectors, and we'll take a look at the retail sector. So I'm going to click on New from our toolbar, Dock Channel Bar, and then we're going to look at the sector status. VLON, guys, it takes out that. It could be an amazing move if it takes it out. So let's take a look at. I guess I don't have it broken down in retail, consumer staples. That's not it. Anyway, I'm gonna try to find. I know there's one, guys. Oh, here, no. What is the ETF for retail? Somebody's gonna know that. It's just not. We don't have it here as a category. Anyway, take a look at energy. As I said, I'm surprised actually all of them are not down. XRT, thanks, Ox. All right. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. This is energy as an example, XLE. These are the stocks that make up XLE. Only 10% or above yesterday's close. And when I checked oil prices today, this morning, I saw that they were a little bit weaker. Typically, usually it's an all or nothing, not quite though. Usually they're all up 100% or down 100%, depending on what's happened overnight with oil. And as I say, the SPY is weakening, so there is no strong sector right now. There's no strong sector. Now let's take a look at XRT. Actually, let me take a look at the sector ETF. So we also have that one. I want to see if dive down in some of these sectors here. Some of these things I've never even heard of. I mean, ProShares Inflation Expectations ETF, RINF. So you can see the miners. So gold must be off a little bit today. So the precious metals, these are obviously down today. I'm looking at AGQ is down, Nuggets down. JNUG, so I guess gold must be weak this morning. China Bull though, I think you're short, right, PJ? You're short some China stock, so there's your China Bull is up. All right, well, I guess my focus right now is on this V-line. If it can somehow take out this 250 mark and explode through that, and then all traders are going to be looking at is this potential gap fill. Keep an eye on Alcoa. Of course, Alcoa was so weak yesterday, most of the day. We back this out on the 15-minute chart. You'll see what I'm talking about. Had earnings, fell in the pre-market, had a little pop up just before the market opened, and then basically fell. Had a little pop here, but fell and not quite close at the low of the day, but is now below again yesterday's low. It still has, I think I said it has a little bit of room still. If you look left on this daily chart, 69.93, so we'll call it 70. So it still has room to that 70 level before maybe it finds a little support, but it looks weak still. So that's a yesterday earnings play. Second day continuation down so far on earnings. Not very much volume yet. Meanwhile, GPS is ringing in my ear. This is my gap downs. So I have text to voice here. So I keep hearing GPS over and over again. Again, this is all shareable. I'm sharing these, the gap up, gap down, the pre-market act is up, the pre-market act is down. You just have to go to my homepage. And AEO following the gap down, GPS. Yeah, Breadbox, IDBX. I have it on my watch list just in case it again takes out yesterday's high, 384. I mean, it's got a ways to go, of course, but and if it did, again, you just have to look left, look at the gap. What have we got for AEO again? Where could it get down to? There's 15. So we've got about $1 right to these lows here for AEO. All right, so I see that CRSR Corsair is basic kind of basing right here, just underneath 16. Not very much volume yet, but this is not a downgrade. The Wedbush is trying to prop it up with a target of 22. But this is your news. This is your news. Okay, this is what Corsair says. Sinks aftermarket on weak preliminary Q1 results. So May 5th is when they actually come out. So they're kind of guiding lower right now. But Wedbush is trying to prop them up. Okay, so this is the news from Wedbush this morning. Guys, nothing. Yeah, the Pins is Pins an earnings play? Yeah, Pin actually next week. It's an earnings play next week. Pins. I think Snap had earnings. And I know Real said he was looking at Snap, and I looked at it, but it didn't hadn't no, it hadn't done anything. It was sort of up after hours, down after hours. Yeah, I didn't. I mean, it's down 1.7% right now, but it's super choppy on that 15-minute chart. So they did release after hours yesterday. Let's break this out just a little bit more. So this was the reaction. That's what I was looking at. They had the initial reaction was pretty positive. Actually, got up to $33, and then it fell. This mauve area. This is after hours action yesterday, and it is flatlined here, and it's kind of holding that area. So it's a huge float. 1 billion in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to move this now, but and underneath the next low looking left. Yeah, so we're at the month slow right now, 28.76. We're at that month. We're at the month slow. HIMX just showed up, guys, on the way down. HIMX just showed up on the way down. HIMX. The next low looking left is at 881. So it's below that low here. Wow, look at the room underneath for HIMX. I don't know what's happening. I can't see any specific reason. It's not an earnings play. Now it just popped right back up. There's a big bottoming tail, so I don't know. That might be just a false move down. I don't know. But if that move down holds, I mean, look underneath here. There's a ton of room. And when I say underneath, look at the monthly chart. Okay, Corsair now, maybe with the little pump from Wedbush, is actually over 16 now. Okay, guys, give me one moment. Yes, thank you, William. Less than a minute, about 30 seconds, a little over 30 seconds to the open. So typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. That's my just like to see things settle down just a little bit. The only exception I usually make is if I get something on the 10-day daily breakdown right off the bat, that is also at an all-time low. Sometimes I'll take it right off the bat, but haven't seen one for a while. But I mean, the VLON, it may go without me. I mean, if it pops right through that 248 mark, it may just go without me. I'd love to see it. Ideally for me, it would be basing. There it goes. I mean, there it goes. I mean, but it's just, you can get this up and down movement in the first 15. Anyway, there we go. There's the VLON. So ideally for me, this would have based just underneath that level for, even 5 minutes and then pop through on volume. That might have induced me to take it, but And as we open, let's see, the NAS is basically flat, the SPY's down a little, and the Dow's down. So checking my thumbnail charts, some of the ones that I was looking at yesterday. Nothing is really happening on those charts right now. Yeah, as I say, the VLON, if you're aggressive, I mean, it's sort of laid out for you, but okay, the gap moving down again, GPS moving down again. Alcoa approaching, AA is approaching maybe a support area, but if it takes out 60, this 60, well 70, and which it just about did. I mean, look out below, guys, for Alcoa. I mean, there's the 200-day moving average way down here at 58. Whoa, now there's the gap showing up in my 10-day daily breakdown. It's not an all-time low. This is what I'm talking about. There it is, 1118. Yeah, ATN is on the move here. ATEN is on. Look at Corsair. Well, Wedbush did a good job putting a $22 price target on them. So a company comes out, guides lower, when Wedbush comes out and says, hey, we think you're still okay, and we're going to put a $22 price target on you. It gets a new deal for FDA Daxi green light. That was the news. This is the RV. You asked about the news, Zach, RVNC. Didn't see this really in the pre-market. Didn't really do anything. But now the market's open, and this is the news on it. That was at at 9/11. It might have been earlier even. Actually, that news hit. That news hit after hours yesterday. I'm just looking at my headlines. Yeah, FDA accepts Revance's application resubmission. So that Revance news hit actually after hours yesterday. Just no reaction whatsoever. Pre-market, little spotty reaction after hours. All right, Snap is on the move here. A lot of volume coming in, but remember, it is a huge float, $1 billion in the float. So it has gone positive though. Snap has gone positive. Yeah, CLF a little bit choppy again in the first 15. Now the next high looking left is 32.53. What did it get to this morning? 32.40. So you can just sort of see there's the next high looking left is 32.53 for CLF. Okay, now the VLON for me is getting a little more interesting. Remember I'm saying there's the pop up, but it pulled right back down. So I'd love for it just to sit here for even like 5 or 10 minutes. It probably isn't going to though. Look at the volume that's coming in. 3 million in the float, 49. It's traded the float about 15 times now. Okay, MITQ guys on the move, a little bit on the move here. Here it is. This news has just showed up again. And this is what I saw earlier for MITQ. I don't know who, I'm going to call this Sandbox. I don't know who this is. I don't think this is a public company, SNDBX, but so that is the news for MITQ. And we have a gap too. I mean, 182 is the next high looking left. After that, 190. After that, 206. So maybe too much resistance between here and 2. Maybe. And agent, yeah, agent ATE, excuse me, ATEN approaching 15 again. There goes CLF now. Is now, what's that high I was saying? 32.53, getting closer to that high. If it can take that out, then I think the next high is 34. So it would have some room, a little bit of room, but $1.50 if it can take out that 32.50. So the gap did not continue down. GPS did not continue down. This is the only time, virtually the only time I'll take one of these from my gap down earlier than that 15 minutes is if it's on an all-time low. But usually I don't take them unless they're an all-time low in the first 15 minutes. Of course, the big deal with VLON, VLON, it's not the news. Well, I mean the news, whatever that, strategic alternatives, etc., exploring. I mean that's the reason, right? 3.2 million in the float. That's the reason. Super low float. Very few shares available to trade. Look at that. It's traded 56 million, only 3.2 million in the float. Turn the float over now over 17 times. Vodafone on the way down here. VOD on the way down. Yeah, huge float too. 2.9 billion in the float. Good for you, Craig. If you I see your post there. Yeah, regarding the DWAC, I saw your guys' conversation on the DWAC. I didn't realize, but I guess yesterday Carousel came out and basically put a big a short tweet on them saying they don't think that the SEC is going to approve the merger. Now, that's their opinion, of course, but I think that's what caused, I believe, that drop right there. This looks it for DWAC. I mean, yeah, I see what you're talking about here. Migrates to Rumble Cloud. I can't remember. Are they public? Oh, that's right. CFI. Okay, that's right. This will Rumble or CFVI. So they're not public yet. Rumble's not public yet, but I guess this is their SPAC partner. He hasn't done anything. And that's why we wait. Take a look at the VLON now, guys. That that level that two. I mean, granted it did pop above that level briefly, but it came right back down. So now let's see if it can test it again. All right. So what did I say was the high here? 248. Let's see if it can test it again. Okay, so GPS is now again coming back down after that pop up. Pretty big pop up. I mean, it got all the way up to 1172, and now it has come back down again. Pretty erratic right now. Well, the high of the day, yes, was 268. I'm just looking at the daily chart though. See if we can take out that high in the daily chart again. All right, HCDI on the move again here, and had the big pop, then the pullback, now the pop again through the 200-day moving average. HCDI, somebody said they sold some units in Puget Sound, Washington, I guess, so Washington State. Oh, wow, look at this. You know, to go long right now, guys, it better be something that is really trading on its own. Look at this big, giant red bar on the SPY. That's a big, giant red bar. So this should help things like GPS move down. How's the AEO doing? Yeah, it sort of did the same as GPS. Had the move down, then the spike up. Wow, look at that big giant red bar in the SPY right now, guys. That opening 15-minute candle. Augurs well not. Manulife on the way down here too. Manulife and MFC through the whole number of 21. I mean, Cleveland Cliffs may surge somewhat, but boy, it's certainly not going to. It will not get any market help. That's for sure. How's Alcoa doing? A, you hold 70, so it's trying to hold that 70. Cracks through 70. I mean, again, and this is the low. 69.93 is the low. It's below that low now, guys. Alcoa is now below that low. And it's got look at this. I mean, there's a 200-day moving average at 57. And see how well it holds underneath that 70, because this could just continue way down here. I'm not saying it's going to get to the 200-day, but there's really nothing holding Alcoa up now. Little pop back over 70. So what I'm going to do is I'm just sticking an alert down here around 69.70 and see if it takes it out again. And especially with this market just being so weak right now. All right, guys. Well, let's see on the Alcoa AA. I'm in the alcohol. I don't want it to get back to 70. 70 takes me out. I can always reshort it again. So I'm just watching to see if it has this big collapse. Come on, move down AA. Okay, guys, I just covered a little bit over 69 here, okay? Just in case it cannot take out 69. That's the Alcoa. Just in case it can, I have this phobia. I know I shouldn't, but I do. We're getting so close, so close. 69.03 on the bid. Just like clockwork too. I waited that first 15 minutes and there we go. Whew, okay, okay, I'm obviously watching it, wanting to see a bigger collapse, and this is no, I don't typically take these more expensive stocks, but it just looked too juicy to me. So, BBLN just showed up on my this is an all-time low now for BBLN, all-time low. Babylon Holdings just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. I wish it were a little higher in price, but it's an all-time low. No scan, no scan. Okay, it was just from yesterday. I had it thumbnailed, Samantha. Okay, and I had it thumbnailed, so it was on my watch list on my stocks to watch for today. This is what I'm talking about. I had it thumbnailed. Okay, so because it had the big down day yesterday, so just one of those things that I do. I'll keep some of the ones that were interesting to me yesterday, and I'll keep some of them up and running to see if there's some continuation either on the upside or the downside. But I knew I wanted to watch AAA just because of what happened yesterday. So I don't think it's probably, well, in fact, it's not showing up in any of my scans because it's outside of the price range on all my of my scans. I'm sure it would show up on other scans, okay, if I had an expanded price range. Hopefully that makes sense. I typically do not take trades outside of $30. All right, so again, it was just one that I knew I wanted to watch today, okay? AA, I just knew I wanted to watch it today based on what happened yesterday. It was an earnings play yesterday. Basically, it was weak all day, so I wanted to follow it today. So it wasn't on a scan per se. It was just on a personal watch list, mental watch list, if you will. I talked about it in the pre-market. If you were in the pre-market with me, you heard me talk about Alcoa. And I said key area was that breaking down through 70. So I've covered more, guys. I mean, I don't know how much further this is going. Again, I covered a little bit, just over 69 in case it couldn't break through the 69, got all the way down to 68.31. Now, guys, somewhat predicted, somewhat predicted. I know it gapped up a little bit above that area, that 258 or 250 area, VLON, but it didn't, that was very, very brief. The VLON was very, very brief, and now it's stalled. Just no shorts available. I mean, that news is okay, fine, looking for strategic alternatives, etc. But, the reason it popped so much was because of the float. I'm not saying it can't recover, but I mean, that news isn't, it's not like it's a little bio with some kind of a drug that got FDA acceptance or something to that extent. So I don't think that news is so fantastic. So fantastic in order to sustain a move. All right, now this is the one. This is the one that I was trying to talk. I was talking about yesterday, or in the pre-market. This is the one that I saw in the pre-market. Didn't think much of it. The SWVL, and it just exploded all the way up to 10. Trying to come back. I'm not saying it's going to get to 10, but kind of doing its thing again. That's right. This was the UAE, sorry, stock. Saw it in the pre-market yesterday, but didn't think that much of it. The float was not super low, and it just exploded. Exactly. It's not the news is not that impressive for Velon. It's just the float. Look at this one. I'd like to see it base just a little bit here, and that's all traders are looking at. Okay, they're just looking at this what if scenario. It almost got to 10 yesterday. Could it get anywhere into this area? That's all traders are looking at. I don't see any news on it. There may have been some yesterday. I just don't even know what it was. So I'm all out of the AA, guys. I may revisit it if it takes out the lows. I'm going to set an alert down here, 68.37. See if it takes that out later on in the day. All right, so in the 10-day daily breakout, I did get the CLF alert at 32.53, which is, so that right there, that's at 32.53. And that's why so that is a 10-day daily breakout now officially. But it's still kind of hanging around that area. Now, after that initial huge 15-minute SPY candle down, trying to recover just a little bit. Now, I did not take that short, too bad. BBLN, I did not take the short. But look at this, BBLN 255, now 231. We had two alerts on it actually. Basic new lows at 261. And then here at 255. These are both short opportunities. Again, I'm sharing all these scans at around 10:20. I'm going to go over, the scans that I'm sharing. For America's sake. Anyway, Twitter. So there's the 200-day moving average, 50.82. I do see that it hit Zach's bouncers too, the BBLN. Yeah, so that little recovery looks pretty brief right now, guys, on the SPY. There's a big topping tail, that second 15-minute candle, big topping tail here, but sellers are still piling in, it appears. Well, Akoa is still looking weak. I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore. I may get back in if it takes out that low, but I'm not in it anymore. Great short if you had the shorts available for the VLON, VLON. Great short. Yeah, the ATEN again. Market is certainly not helping. They're going to be listed on the S&P or joining the S&P Small Cap 600 on April 26th. So that's next week. That's, I think, Tuesday. It's just not, the market is not helping, of course. All right, MITQ guys just must have made a new high. MITQ, yes, just made a new high. I don't love it because I think, this 2 level could really stall it. If that weren't there, with that float, 7.5 million in the float, anything could happen. But yeah, United and American had upgrades from both JP Morgan and Argus this morning. Well, obviously I should have hit the BBLN on the short, but I did not do it. How many shorts available? Yeah, 47,000 in Interactive Brokers. I just didn't do it. I wanted something a little more expensive to short. Maybe I don't really like shorting the sub 5 ones, but certainly worked in terms of a percentage move, huge percentage gain if you did take it. Yeah, well, we saw gold, and when I was looking at those sectors, yeah, gold, all the precious metals were, the precious metal sectors were down. Okay, here is another earnings play, guys. Schlumberger, SLB. It's got some room. 43.39 is the next high looking left. Had earnings pre-market shopping around though. Pretty hard to really get a take on these. Look at this Corsair, man, oh man. I mean, this Wedbush upgrade or price target of 22 certainly helped. So again, if you don't know the news, Corsair, they released on the 5th, May the 5th, earnings on the 5th, but they've come out and guided lower preliminary to the May 5th full earnings release, official earnings release. But Wedbush came out and said, hey, we're putting a $22 price target on it. So here's another bounce alert from Zach Scan, BSX. But, again, unless the market turns around a little bit, and it doesn't have to go higher, it just has to stop going lower. For obviously a bounce play will work a lot better if you get the market on your side a little bit, maybe the trend starts moving a little bit higher. But to take a bounce play as the market is moving lower, I mean, I'm not saying nothing will bounce, but certainly won't get, in my opinion anyway, a significant bounce. But we've got these. I mean, look. I mean, let me bring up a big SPY chart, and here are your clues. I mean, these topping tails right now, anyway. So we had the big move down, that opening 15 minutes. And the buyers stepped in. Okay, they said, well, let's bring it. But then the sellers knocked it down here. That's where it closed. The buyers tried again, but the sellers are still trying to, they're still piling in. Now, if somehow 435 can be taken out, maybe. But right now, I mean, the sellers are still in control. These topping tails are telling a story. Buyers are trying, but the sellers are just piling in still. And eventually, the buyers may just give up for a while anyway. And that's the same, you take a look at any stock, these topping tails, bottoming tails can provide great information. Yeah, so Cliff, again, it's these are going to struggle with the market. PLF, here's the VWAP. Okay, I see what you're doing, 32.14. So you went long, the VWAP hold. It's just, it's a struggle, trying to move in the face of this market. Even though, I mean, as Real pointed out, I didn't read anything about it, but I guess their earnings look good and everything. First quarter revenue beats expectations, et cetera, but pretty tough. Unless this market turns around somehow, and it could. Of course, it could. It's having a nice little day here, guys. So you might want to keep an eye on WBD, but look at Netflix. I know Shady went long Netflix. I think he went long Netflix. That's a nice move right now for Netflix, NFLX. So keep an eye on some of the other streaming services. You might want to take a look at WBD. It got hit not because of anything it did, just streaming service. All the streaming services got pummeled after the Netflix earnings came out. Now they have earnings on the 26th, so that's on Tuesday before the market opens. WBD could be one of my favorite days. Could be. My favorite days are nice gap downs on the market and then a recovery for at least an hour or two. Give me an hour or two. Now listen, I mean the SPY is it's actually somewhat encouraging if you're trying to go long. Somewhat. This buyers are trying. Buyers are trying. It's fascinating, isn't it? It's always it's a battle all day long. Not just with the SPY, but of course individual stocks. That's what it's all about. It's a battle all day. There's oh boy. RKLY. Let's take a look at RKLY. I don't know these guys. Iceberg. I think I've heard of Iceberg. I don't think they're. Oh wow. Oh, it's almost an all-time low. Now I have an alert for Xerox at 17 for whatever reason. That's okay. XRX. So that must be yesterday's high, 1715. So Xerox is trying to come back a little bit here, guys. Xerox. But again, had earnings on the 21st and obviously got pummeled. So again, if you're if you're following Netflix, just keep an eye on the WBD. I mean it's a streaming service. How's the Para doing? PARA. I got hit also. It's a huge float. So the question there in the YouTube room, why do some stock offerings help the price of some companies but kill most others? Yeah, well, most others, you're right. Typically when a stock, when they're doing an offering, you have dilution. Nobody likes if you're an existing shareholder, you don't like that. So usually, the price will go down at least to the offering price and many times below it. However, sometimes, I mean, it all depends on why they're raising money. I mean, you can't, there's no hard and fast rule, but if a company said, listen, we're raising this money and it's going to fund research, et cetera, and they've already had a nice run and they've got some positive news based on the run, yeah, I mean, sometimes it'll pop above the financing price. It's just a perception of why they're raising money. If it's a little bio that raises money and they've been stuck at $1 and all of a sudden they have some little pop up to $5, $6 on decent news, but they're a long ways off from ever making any money and they decide to raise money, usually it's going to go back down to the offering price and maybe even below. But if it's call it a bona fide company that has some spectacular news, FDA acceptance, et cetera, and they're up in the $34, $35 level and they decide to raise money there, hey, I mean, sometimes, shareholders will say, good on you. And hey, we're not, for all the right reasons, they're raising money. But there's no hard and fast rule. Yeah, I mean, I can't, it's investor sentiment, CVNA. Talking about CVNA. Ugh, that's ugly. Not shortable. I was watching to see if it was shortable. For me at Interactive Brokers, but it was not shortable. But I kept saying I didn't think it was. I thought it would really struggle around two if it ever got even close to that. So it got. This is the MITQ, so it got up to 187 or so. That's why I just didn't like it. Just look left. You'll drive yourself crazy, Falcon, if you try to figure it out, though. Why you look at earnings, it doesn't look good. Even they guided poorly, yet the stock goes up. I mean, you'll drive yourself crazy. Sort of a green bar ignored here, guys, for AT&T. I almost said T-Mobile. AT&T, a green bar ignored on the 15s. So what was the low yesterday? The low yesterday was 1963. And if it can take out 1963, I mean, the next low is 1930. So on a percentage basis, if you're into scalping, maybe, but I'm just not interested based on this daily chart. Had earnings again on the 21st, got hit. All right, guys, I'm in just cash right now. I've got nothing going on right now. Now, again, remember, I mean, again, this is the great battle right now. But that was green all the way up here. To actually, this 15-minute candle, which has another little over a minute to close. Remember, this was green all the way up here. Let's get that big chart up. So this was green, right? And it was actually above the previous high, that 15-minute candle. So it looked like, well, okay, maybe we are going to have a bit of a rally. But the sellers are just, they're relentless. Well, if you're looking to go short stuff in a big way, that 433, I'm going to stick an alert, a price alert, underneath this area right here. Because if it takes this out, I think, well, the buyers are going to disappear for a while again. Eventually, the buyers, will give up. They tried for the last 30 minutes. So as Zach is saying also, I mean, I'm in cash. It's a bit of a snoozer right now, and what I'm seeing. Best thing to do is just sit on your hands. Don't try to anticipate getting into something because you think it's going to break. If it doesn't set up for you, we always talk about a checklist that you can check every box. Don't take the trade. Sit on your hands. Don't be so anxious to be in a trade all the time. I've saved more money by sitting on my hands. Yeah, well, boring can be the. What do we got here? Wow, look at the SPY. Just took it out, guys. It just took it out. That low. So the SPY's at a low now. Legal, I used to be like that, but I learned you can just chop your account up. You start taking all these trades just because you get bored or because you think something might happen. And you start taking, even if you have even if you've got a stop in there, you can just get your account just chopped up by taking all these pointless trades. That's what they really are, just out of boredom. No, I may be looking at a short for this Corsair soon because it looks like it's got to the high here. I mean, they did guide lower. Wedbush, okay, they put on this $22 price target for them, but the company came out and is preliminary guidance. May the 5th is their full earnings release, but they're guiding lower. So if it struggles to get through 17 in the pre-market, the high was 1727. So if it keeps struggling here, if it took out 1671, that may cause it to go down. So that's what I'm doing. I'm just going to put an alert there and see if it takes that area out. And of course, my bias is short anything today because of what the market's doing. Look how ugly is this snap, chopping all over the place, up down up down. Look at these big topping tails. Now, I mean, the trend is up. I mean, if you draw, if you're into trend lines and all, of course, the trend is up. But you've got to be, you can't take very many shares because it's so whippy, in my opinion, anyway. You can see, I mean, look at this. And normally by this time, we've got a few new highs, we've got a few new lows, but these two windows are not necessarily completely full by this time, but certainly a lot more action. What I'd like to see is some topping plays from your scan, Zach, but nothing is showing up now for me anyway. If the market gets some stock that is topping out, and if the market continues down, I'll be no. I mean, the Corsair may keep moving higher, but okay, I'm hearing something. Dogs, DOGZ. Ooh, I actually tried to take some, but shoot, I tried to get some, but that uptick rule nailed me. Down over 10%. I was in there at the bid, and they just wouldn't fill me. DOGZ. Wow. And I mean, just look left. I mean, here, next low looking left is a dollar away, 464. Ah, again, if a stock is down over 10%, you may not get the fill you want. I mean, I went in at 570 something. Oh, look at this. But they just wouldn't fill me instantly. And oh boy, if anybody got this dogs, congratulations. I mean, I was right here at that 570. I think it was. And it's not. I mean, there are a lot of shares available in interactive brokers, but that's blasted uptick rule got me. You know, 1.8 million shares available. Oh man, what an awesome 570 down to 520 in like a heartbeat. And look at that SPY move. Wow. So we saw it here. There was the dogs right there at 594. And again, you know, I tried to get it right in that 570 level. It moved pretty quickly, and I tried to get it. I think it was 570, 574 or something. All right. Oh boy, I mean, I should have taken, obviously, I should have taken the BBLN, 255 down to 2. Tremendous percentage move. The dogs at 261, but you know, I just couldn't get any shares. I wanted it higher, of course, from that first alert here. All right, guys. Wow, look at this SPY. How's that Corsair doing now? Boy, I mean, I'm just looking at this one, somewhat salivating. If this market continues down, I mean, Wedbush is putting in the good word on it, but oh, anybody get the dogs? DOGZ. I mean, that just awesome short, guys. Awesome. Oh well. Okay, guys, it's 10:23. So first of all, big welcome. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. So bear with me for about 5 minutes or so as I just talk a little bit about what Trade Ideas is all about, some of the features we've got, my scans that I'm sharing, etc. Yeah, dogs just got halted on the way down. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to destroy that image from my mind. But anyway, there's the halt at 490. The potential open 468. I mean, this could change, of course. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. It's nothing to do with Trade Ideas. Okay, I always have to repeat this because I get the question a lot. Where is that within Trade Ideas? It's not. This is time and sales within Interactive Broker. Your broker will have something like this. Well, look at this. I mean, there's the halt at 490. You can't see the symbol, but it is DOGZ. And the potential open at 450. That was the one, guys. I mean, I could have chased it down. I could have kept moving my offer down. I just don't like doing that because, you never know, it could bounce back up. Obviously, in this case, it would have worked, but you see how, by the way, you see how this changes. This is not written in stone. I mean, it says 480, 480 now. Remember, it said 450, 450 before, so not written in stone. This is a free room, Rolberg. You don't even need a Trade Idea subscription. It's a free room. Obviously, we use it to promote Trade Ideas, which I'm going to do right now. I do this a couple times a day. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, a lot of information there. Great information, if I do say so myself. First of all, obviously, there's a way in which you can take out a subscription. Here's a promo code you can use, Barry, for Alpha 15, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. You click on Get Trade Ideas. Four plans. Annual, monthly, premium, standard. So premium is $2,000 a year on an annual basis, less than 15%. Standard is $1,000, less than 15%. Okay. The big difference is the AI, which again, it needs work. That's all I'm going to say. It just needs work. So that's the normal reason why people want the premium service. If you're new, I would just, the standard service is fabulous in my opinion. Okay. I wouldn't, you don't have to go premium, down the road. If you want to upgrade, if the AI starts picking up again, yeah, you might want to upgrade. But the other thing is, do not take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want this program. Try 118 for the standard, less than 15%. No, if you decided within 30 days, well, actually, it doesn't matter. 30 days at any time, we'll honor that 15% if you want to upgrade to an annual subscription. Okay. So no mad rush to try to get into an annual subscription. And the reason I say that is because you have to look at the refund policy that we've got. So try us out for a month. If you don't like it, no problem. Just tell us, and this is just month to month. No real subscription or long-term subscription. And if you're just starting out with trade ideas, please do this. Then let's get started. Okay, it'll take you 30 minutes. Here we all are, people who work at trade ideas. And there are 10 short videos. Starts off with the download and installation. So it'll take you about 30 minutes to go through it. Please do it. Take 30 minutes. Now, trade of the week. This is all free. Okay, these are 3 free sections. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and all the education is here. So if you've gone through the Let's Get Started, then you can take a look at the user guide. User guide, great user guide. And it is segmented. So if you want more information about alert windows, top list windows, there's text, videos, etc. Okay, so you can just kind of peruse all this, how to, the trading simulator that I'll get into, how to set price alerts on the charts, how to set sound alerts on your alert windows. So there's a lot of information here. And if you click on the full table of contents, here it is, and it's all searchable. So the first thing you should do is do the getting started. Support session. So I take a break at noon Eastern time. So between 12 and 1 of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Friday. Yeah, it's Friday. So it should be Andy. I'll verify that before I take my break, and I'll put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. And then Chris Farley will be there between 3:30 and 4:30. I shut the main room down at 3:30. If you haven't had enough of trading or talking about trade ideas, you can head over there, and Chris will be glad to answer any questions. The daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. And then the Back to Basics. If you're new to trading, great series put on by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. It starts off with what is a stock? Okay, so all free. No strings attached, all free, including this room. Now, obviously, if you want my scans, you have to be a subscriber. So for instance, that 10-day daily breakdown, which gave you, these 3 gems, well, not the GPS, but the BBLN and the dogs, I'm sharing, and I'm sharing a lot of other scans. You're going to pick and choose kind of what you're looking for. There's the Halts Resumes. The Halts Resumes. And a word about this, you don't load them all. I mean, you can take a look at them all, but you can't have them all up and running. You'll get nothing done. You'll have way too many alerts all day long. But I've created, a lot of different looks, and some people want low flares on the move. That's it. Okay, that's fine. Some people are interested in gap continuation and reversals. That's fine. Moving higher with unusually strong options. Nothing today. I do have that up and running. Nothing today yet. So you can take a look at them. I see dogs continued down. That was the trade, guys. There's no question. That was the trade of the day. Guess what's probably going to be my stock of the day that I talk about? I just click on my stochastic. Just click on my home page. You see the link is just above you. Just click on that home page link, and when you do, go to the scan section. Okay, click here, and here are my scans. Let me know if that worked for you. Okay. So X-ray, is this on the way down? Probably on the way down, right? X-ray, yes. That was an earnings play, I think. No, it wasn't an earnings play. I can't remember exactly the reason why X-ray fell. Some obviously bad reason. That was 3 days ago. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock markets, and it doesn't matter where you live in the world, and it doesn't matter who your broker is. Okay, you can use Trade Ideas. Now, I went over my scans that I'm sharing. We also created a lot of scans here. So if you click on New from our toolbar and click on Docked Channel Bar, these are all theme-based channels. You can go through them. For instance, I know a lot of people like the momentum channel. You can go through them and you can take a look at the different scans that we have created. If you ever want to see what a scan is looking for, including mine, all you have to do is right click, configure, and summary. These are the filters that are in place for this particular scan called momentum. So, and here's the here's the HCDI on the move right now. So if the price is between, these are the filters, if the price is between 1 and 50 and the minimum volume is 100,000 shares, etc. These are the filters that are in place. If a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's how this works. So if you like this the way it is, all you have to do is save it to the cloud. And the idea then is to go through the different channels, maybe start extracting scans, saving them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time, and thereby creating your own layout without actually having built any scan from scratch. Now, of course, if you want to modify it, if you didn't like this price range, for instance, it says 1 and 50, maybe you want 10 and 100. Let's make the change. Click on the summary and notice it's changed now, and I could say okay. So I mean, if you didn't like any one of the filters, maybe the filter values, maybe you wanted a higher minimum volume, you can always adjust it and then save it to the cloud. Now, a word about this. I've made a change here. If I leave this channel and then I come back, that change is not saved. The reason it's not saved is that these channels are for everybody. So the fact you want to make a change to something in the channel is not necessarily what everybody else wants. So, but the real exercise that I'm trying to, drill home is to go through the different channels, take a look at the scans we've created, and you might see something that you like and save it to the cloud. And then again, bring them back one at a time, and you can create your own layout. Now, obviously, if you do want to create your own scans, you can. Now, the company decided when they started in 2003, they said, you know what? Most people do not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create scans and all. So what they did, I'm going to right click configure. I'm going to click on search now. These are all of the alerts that we have. When you see these icons, these are the alert icons. And when you see these icons, these are the filter icons. So they tried to create enough alerts and filters so that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for without having to know any sort of a programming language, okay? Now, do not get hung up on how many alerts and filters that we have. You don't have to learn them all. You just think of it like it's a menu. Just pick a la carte. If you want to see what they're all about, you just click on the top one, the new high, and click on help. and you can, there's a discussion or gives you an idea about what they're all looking for, but you don't have to learn them all. Okay, we just have a lot of them because all sorts of different trading styles, and we think we created enough alerts and filters that, again, for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. But don't get hung up on thinking you've got to learn them all. Of course you don't. Hey, now I want to talk a little bit about this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. Excuse me. So I just put the Brokerage Plus link in. When you click on it, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video that shows if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas. But again, please listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can still use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is. It just means you won't have this feature available. That's all it means. Okay? And yes, we're trying to add other brokerages, but please don't ask me when or if it's going to happen. So now the second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window to trade. And how I like to demonstrate its use though is as a simulator, paper trader. Before you start trading, I would strongly encourage you to practice trading first before you commit money to the market. I mean, trading is not easy. We are a great scanner, but it's a tool. It doesn't, you still have to learn market mechanics and how to read charts and things like that. Okay, it is a tool. It's a great tool, spectacular tool. It allows me to just focus on stocks that might be of interest to me, ideas to trade. But it doesn't mean every time I get an alert, I just pile into the trade. So you can practice using our simulator. All you need is our standard service, and then you would click on sim. And also, this is not available if you're using our web-based version, not available. Okay, you have to be using the downloadable application, and you notice there's right here, it says Brokerage Plus, two options underneath, live and simulation. Now, you don't even need a broker, okay, because it's using our real-time data. Okay, so you don't even need a broker. And why I say it like that is because you may be new and you may not have decided on who your broker is going to be. So practice trading. And what you'll see now, if you don't see it looking like this, you should be on our latest beta. Okay, there's a lot of advancement. If you're still stuck on 4 point something, and in order to see what you've got, just click on Help and About, and it'll tell you the version you're on. I would encourage you to take this I'm on a development version, but I think it's 5.5.76, and that is from our homepage. Or if I actually, well, I'll show you how to get it. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, I'll get it right here. I'll do it this way. So if you click on my homepage link, scroll to the top where it says download, and then keep scrolling down, go past that production version and get down to here, okay? 5.5.76. You'll have a brokerage plus will look like this, but again, if you're stuck on something like 4 point something or something even earlier than our production version, some big advancements, the charts are more real time now. The charts will start loading at 4 in the morning Eastern time. They go to 4 to 8. Scanners work now 4 to 8. Okay, so a lot of advancements. So I would encourage you to take a look at this. Don't worry about the fact that it says beta. Okay. And what you'll see if you're on that version, I'm going to disconnect from I'm connected right now. So what you'll see, it'll see not connected. You just click on SIM and then account will appear here eventually. There we go. Click on account and then it says simulated trading default. So you just click on that. Now you're in the simulator. Now you can practice trading. Okay, guys, there's the Corsair CRSR starting to move down. It did get above 17. It actually got up to 1726, but in this market, man, oh man. Well, no, I think Dogs is not just following the market. I don't think. I mean, Dogs is getting destroyed. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. I mean, the destruction was already. No, no, this is really today. Can you believe this? I'm looking at the so-called news this morning. So here is Dogs, okay? Let me see the update. So this Argus, who actually, remember if you were here in the pre-market, I was talking about Argus upgrading UAL and AAL along with JP Morgan. Not really too familiar with them. So they've been paid by Dogness, okay, which is awful, okay, and to pump them, basically to pump them. And that hasn't worked. I'd be asking for my money back. Wow. Unbelievable. Think about that, guys. Dogness paid these guys to pump them. Wow. Yeah, trade of the day, guys. No question about it. I mean, look at this now. And this is longer now than a 1031. Yeah, this is longer than a 10 minute, a 5 minute halt, 10 minute halt. It could be 15, could be 20, could be halted for the rest of the day. Who knows? But projected open 250 on a 406 halt. Ooh. Yeah, I know. 250 on the open. This is I mean, I find that amazing. I truly find that amazing that they paid this firm to pump them and it just got pummeled. When I first clicked on the headline, I thought maybe this was one of those short reports, but no, they actually paid them to pump the stock today. Whew. Okay, guys, I'm still eyeballing that Corsair CRSR for short. The longer it holds underneath the 17. Assuming the market doesn't pop or anything, but I'm still eyeballing this for a short. Even this BBLN, I mean, I suppose you could, I mean, a little bit of a pop here, but this BBLN. Now, the only thing is, you've got some bottoming tails here in the 15s. You know, the sellers have been trying to get this thing recovering around 2, I suppose, but three alerts from this 10-day daily breakdown. Obviously, the dog's sensational, and the GPS, it did not. Interesting. I mean, the face of this market, the GPS actually bounced, and then the BBLN at 255. Legal, are you around? Are you around, Legal? Oh, she's gone. Whoa, look at CYH, guys. CYH underneath 10 now. And let's look left. What do we see? 986 is the low, unfortunately, right there. If it can somehow get through 986, look at the next low looking left for CYH, right down here at 9. So just stick an alert there and see if it takes that out. Yeah, I don't know. It will not be something you can modify. I should actually ask Michael because, yeah, they thought it was going to be maybe this week. It'll be part of this Market Explorer. Let me make sure. Maybe it's already there. Let's take a look. Yeah, so it won't be anything that can be modified. However, we'll have to take a look at it. I mean, I've never used it before, of course, but we'll take a look at it, see what sort of alerts we get once it's there, and I'll certainly take feedback from the room, and they can maybe modify it to something that is better. I don't know, but it's not there yet. Let me just talk to Michael and see if it's all right, guys. Corsair, CRSR. And yes, I am in it. Yes, but watching it, you know, this pump by Wedbush. I mean, it may still be affecting it going forward. So this might just turn into a bit of a scalp for me. There's a ton, like there's some support right around here, around that 1670 mark. That would be key to take that out. If it can take that out, might have a little room down to the 1648 mark. So it may be more of a scalp for me. 1685. There we go. There we go. Now take that out. Now maybe the next level, fantasy down here, 1646. Just one moment, please. All right, guys. Well, we've got something going here now. The breakdown through here, the 1670 mark. If you're short this one and you're hanging on, 1650 could stall it. Okay, guys, I've covered some of this, okay, in case it cannot break down through that 1650 mark. So I've covered some of this at Corsair from 1685. Nothing spectacular, but it fit my so approximately a 15-cent stop. Actually, I had a 10-cent stop, so 25 cents on a 10-cent stop. That's not bad. The Alcoa is weakening again. I mean, look at the market. I mean, look at this market. So it's down 500. Oh, man. Just a little too choppy for me now, the Alcoa. AA. Did it open? ACON? I don't. Oh, it did open. ACON. Okay. And price at 4. I didn't have that as an IPO, obviously. Maybe it just snuck in. And price at 4, so it's below. Pretty tough to. I'm surprised that they actually decided to open today. Price at 435 a share. Yeah, so it's below the IPO price, which of course is not good. Well, okay. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put an alert at 435. And see if it gets up. It's not. It is open now, right? Oh, JSCA. Okay. JCSC. Okay. Well, for whatever reason, VWAC is actually bouncing here for whatever reason. I mean, it says Digital World gains after migrating to Rumble Cloud, but that's another. I don't. I mean, I guess DWAC. Well, DWAC and CFVI, they're owned by the same guy, I guess. Anyway, wow. Congrats, you guys. Jealous, jealous, jealous. Dogs just opened. DOGZ just opened, and it's what a short. There's no reason for this. I mean, no reason that I can see. Well, check the market out, Billy Ray. I don't think there's very many that are moving higher. And it doesn't matter what. Now, how did they guide? How did they guide? They guide higher in the next quarter or what? I mean, you can beat, yeah, you can beat, but you know what? Right now, I mean, it's tough in this market. Nobody cares. Oh, I have no idea. I don't use the Market Explorer at all, Marco, so I have no idea. Remember, you can't, let me take a look at DWAC as an example. I'll just check some filters here. No, there's a price range. I don't know if the price range is, the relative volume is only 1.45 right now. So I don't know. Yes, but understand that in the Market Explorer, these are set. You cannot adjust them, the filters. So I have no idea if it would have caught it. No, down the road, and down the road could be, a long time. Eventually maybe, they'll be able to allow users to, just like a normal alert window that you create or top list window that you create to set all the filters you want and the filter values. But right now it is preset. No, I really couldn't see any news regarding dogs. The only news I saw was, Argus pumping them and being paid to pump them. And that happened in the pre-market. I mean, that news came out in the pre-market. How's the AEO doing? The other retailer I was following earlier today. Yeah, chopping around. It's just uninteresting to me. Look how choppy it is. Just waiting on this Corsair to see if it can take out that 1650 mark. Oh, another little one just getting pummeled here. ENDP, almost a lifetime low. Oh, I know, David. I know that Webbush anyway is all over them. Thank you, though. I do know that. Yeah, still no word on when it's going to be added. Michael's done all the work. I don't know what has to be done. And now I'm talking about the MFI. Sorry, guys. I mean, there's just I can't be more positive than that. Look at the AA now, guys. Alcoa just making a new low, I believe. I'm not in it, but there's a nice short early. I guess the only way to have stayed in it, fewer shares, standing the whip, a little bit of a whip up and down. But this just looks, I mean, now it's underneath another whole number. Still have a piece of the Corsair in case it takes out that 1650. 1650 looks like it's trying to hold it, though, right as I'm looking at it right now. All right, so much for the Netflix bounce. NFLX moving down again. NFLX moving down again. Had a nice bounce, got all the way up to 226. There's a $10 drop. And so that probably with the WBD, I was looking at that one earlier. Yeah, the WBD is moving down. The streaming service moving down. Probably Para is doing the same thing. Yeah, look at this. Para's moving down. I mean, look underneath for Para on the daily chart. So the next low looking left is 30.42. And then underneath that is 28.82. So, I mean, this still has some room underneath. Yeah, I do see this one showing up on your scan, the WPM, Zach, but I doubt very much anybody could have got this. Look at this bottoming tail and just pop right back up. So this is the Wheaton Precious Metals. Oh man, this will go to zero, guys. I mean, look at this, 199, 199 now. RKLY. So I know Zach posted something, some firm downgraded them. RKLY. Come on, Corsair. Either break it or don't, but don't just sit here. Corsair, I'm just waiting to see if it can take out this 1650. It tried a couple of times, 1647, 1654, 1650, right there, 1648. But low, the next low on that 5-minute chart would be down here at 1634. But it's at 1650, just a little bit of a struggle to get through it. So again, if you're short this one, if you took the short with me, then just be aware that it could bounce off the 1650. And I've already covered some. So at around the 1660 from the 1685. There we go. Finally, something from your topping scan, FRGE. So this is still a SPAC, right? No, not a SPAC. I keep thinking this is a SPAC. So FRGE. So this came from your topping. It's not shortable for me. So it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So I can't take advantage of this crazy pop. FRGE. I don't see any specific reason for this. Looking at headlines, I don't see any reason for it. So, and the next high looking left on the daily looks like it's around 1783. Is that right? Yeah, 1783 is the next high looking left on that daily chart. And it's probably a low. Well, I don't know what the float is. I mean, hard for me to believe this is 107 million in the float. And with this sort of a move, it may be, but just absolute rippage here, guys. And the volume just picking up. I know somebody mentioned this one earlier, but look at this. I mean, what a rip. Just no shorts available for me. Of course, they're always tricky. Where do you short it? Where is it going to finally stop? No, right here. But it's hard to, I mean, that's why shorting tops, playing bounces, not the easiest thing to do. If you're new to trading, I would forget about it. I mean, this was well, it was relatively close to a lifetime low when we got that alert from the 10-day daily breakdown at 561. But I mean, the lifetime low is down here and it is, through that now. So am I right? Or at least it must have, did it get through that at one point, 211? Oh, I'm sorry. It's still 21% above the lifetime low. Or in the range. I don't want to say 21%, but it's in that range. It's, if this bid ask of 2 holds, then it's going to be a lifetime low, I think. That looks like the lifetime low is 211 for DOGS. So another one I did not have as an IPO. We don't even have it listed here. What was the IPO price? Because it's halted at 18. Oh, so that's the one. That is the one. How many shares? I don't know why it didn't show up in my IPO calendar. I'm going to have to check. I have another calendar that I do check, and I should have checked that. That is the one then. So 435. Are you sure? I mean, that was the same one as the one before. 4, yeah. Okay, 4. But still super low. How many shares? I mean, I almost guarantee it's what I was going to say between 2 to 4 million. So 3 million shares at 4, and this just got halted at 1562. We have no information on this. Hmm. All right, guys, dogs just open and not quite underneath too. All right. Let me just try. I'm going to try one thing here. No. All right, guys, underneath 1650 now for the Corsair. This is getting even more encouraging. Hey guys, I just passed that on to the powers that be regarding JSCE not showing up. Oh, I know, I know, old school. I know the little heart there. You can change it. Sometimes when you change it, we get the information, but we just don't have any information on it. Doesn't mean you can't trade it. I mean, it's in IB. I see it's in Interactive Brokers, so we don't have the information on it, but nothing more I can say about it. They've all been halt downs. Trade 22. They've all been halt downs as far as I know for Dog Z. And FRGE just got halted on the way up. My goodness. My goodness. 1809 just got halted on the way up. What do they do? Again, financial service, unique needs of the private market. All right. And the next high looking left. Get out. 1783. So it's above that now. The next high. Next high, 1892. The bid ask on Dog Z. Right now, so it's halted again. Okay, it says 2. Right now, 2. ALLG, that used to be one of my favorite ones to trade. Not easy, but yes. Is this another? No, this is no. That's that EV play. Well, obviously this one doesn't care what the market's doing. FRGE, again, I don't see. So I see your headlines here. Yes, recently closed SPAC placed this one, and then a Lego. Guys, Corsair has turned out to be a really, really nice little short now, in my opinion. Anyway, I mean, it was just in the face of the market, and now looking left. I mean, fantasy area down to 16. We got three areas to break. The 70, that didn't take very much time. I was a little worried about the 50, so I did take some out around 1660. And now this is just really, really starting to move down. Okay, a minor little pop for DOGZ, but boy, oh boy. Now, all we need is for that Argus group to reiterate their strong position in DOGZ. Still halted, right? It's not, yeah, it's just not showing up at all. No, we have no information. Our data provider has no information on this JSCE. Where are they out of? Not that it should matter, but where are they out of? Is it a China? And I don't think this was in my IPO calendar. Yeah, it is. It is. Let me check my price alerts because no, well, for whatever reason, this must have just sort of snuck in then. Bear with me, guys. I'm just, oh, here it is. Here it is. 3.8 million for, I had a price alert set for it, but darn data provider did not have it. So there it was. So I was prepared for, well, first of all, I had the wrong symbol. I had the wrong symbol, so that wouldn't have worked, but it doesn't really matter because it didn't show up anyway. Must have been tired when I did this. Singapore? Well, I can check right here. There it is. Just click on it. Cleaning solutions. So it's gonna, yeah, Singapore right there. Boy, they've been around for a while before they went public. Okay, or anyway, it doesn't really matter. It's still wow, and it got halted again, I guess. I think it obviously opened and now it's halted at 1925. Oh, really? Oh, no, 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 no. Don't tell me. Oh, good, good. No, no, I know. No, no, I had, that was my mistake when I created the IPO or the IPO pop. I had put in JSCE, but but that didn't matter. We don't have it in our database. We don't have it in our database though, so it doesn't really matter. Wow, Cleveland, look at that. I mean, that was a great short then, really. The CLF turned into a great short with the market. All right, guys, what time is it now? 11:25. So in about 30 minutes, I'll be taking my break, and I think it's Andy in our YouTube room. Oh, that's too bad, guys. This is one that I probably would have traded today. Just, we sort of wait for these crazy, crazy low priced, low shares issued that just explode. Yeah, so much for the ALLG. Right up, right back down. How's that FRGE doing now? And right back down. So at this point, guys, the only thing I'm in is the Corsair short. I'm just gonna see if it holds underneath 1650. Gets close to 1650, I'll just get out of it. Okay, GNS halted. Yes, GNS just got halted. The Genius Group, yes. And that's a low float, 10 million in the float. Is this another Singapore company, guys? So just like the other one is a Singapore company, maybe this is a bit of a sympathy play. The other one being the that JCSE is a Singapore company. This is a Singapore company. And they have completed the acquisition of Education Angels and Property Investors Network, but I mean, that news came out at 6 o'clock. Okay, so there was no real reaction. So my guess is that it's popping because of the other one. I may be wrong, but that's my guess, that it's popping because of the other one, the other Singapore company that just launched today, the IPO. So where could this one open? Okay, clue maybe 702, 712. So no big clue where this is going to open. Again, this is Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Here's your halt. You don't see the symbol, but it is GNS. Okay. Or is this CLF going to go negative? This is going negative, guys. I mean, CLF after the big pop this morning, 32. This looks like it's going to go negative. There was the close. It's about 7 cents above yesterday's close, CLF. Whew, okay, guys. Just hanging on to that Corsair short. Gets close to 1650, I'm out, but just hanging on to that Corsair short CRSR. And that's it. Give me one moment. Okay, I see the GNS just opened. GNS just opened, and what did it do? Yeah, so it didn't really do much. I mean, it got halted at 702. It did pop up to 713. Here's the only way I play these right now. If it got, there's the halt price. I'll stick an alert a little bit above that halt price, say 709. And if it screams higher through that, I may take it. But before I do that, let's take a look left on that daily chart. Okay, high 631, high 648, high 714. There's your key right there. 714 is the high. What did it get to? You got up to 714. Amazing how that works, isn't it? I mean, it literally got up to 714, and that's the high 4 days ago. 4 days ago is 714. So if it can take, so what I'll do is I'll stick an alert here, a little bit above 714. May not do it at all, of course. It may just completely collapse. Not shortable for me, so I can't do anything about that. But if it does take out 714, then the craziness could ensue. Okay? Because then the next high is 2094. Okay. Again, just watching the Corsair, guys. That's all I'm watching is to see if it takes out that, maybe goes down to close to that 16 before I do cover. Alcoa looks like it's making a new low. I think Alcoa is making a new low. I'm not in this anymore, but yeah, it looks like it's making a new low. Market's making a new low on the SPY. Everything's getting just pummeled here. Oh yeah, I would not trust it. You played a bounce on it? Yeah, I would not trust it. I mean, listen, it could have a sensational bounce, but okay, you guys have been talking about VERU. Let's take a look at VERU. Yeah, so the next low looking left is 1112. And then after that, it is 994. So yeah, it takes out that 1112, 11. Then it's got a lot, it's got about $1 to the next low. Wow. CYH just took out that low here, guys. Why did I have, oh, that's right. There's the low right there of 986. So it took that out. So now underneath is 922 for CYH. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. I don't know if, it could stop right now and pop right back up. But, it is now below the low looking left of that daily. And then you look left and there's the low. I mean, so, in this market, the odds are that it could continue to drift down. All right, I think I heard RDBX. Did I hear? Oh, on the way down. RDBX on the way down. Okay, is it shortable? Not shortable for Fiat Interactive Brokers. Okay, because 244 is the next low looking left. That was yesterday's low. Okay, guys, Corsair just did it. I mean, maybe not as exciting as the DOGZ and the FRGE, etc. But boy, once it took out that 17, it's been pretty steadily down. As the market just continues down. Well, somebody's buying at that level, right? $20. Yeah, so it just opened again. There is one, Ray, CVNA. There is one. Not that it's done very much, but there is one. 88.67. It is the only one that was alerted. CVNA, right there. So I don't know why you're not seeing it. No, okay, so what happened? Okay, Ray, what happens is it's sorted on anything profitable. Okay, now there was only one alert. So what happened is when we got the alert at 88.67 to short, obviously, you may have seen it and then it disappeared because it went above the 88.67 price. Okay, but now you should be seeing it again because it's below and it's sorting on the aggressive. Okay, so in fact, let me see. Yeah, okay. If you sort on the any profitable, if you get that filter on any profitable trades, then you'll see it. You probably have it on profitable trades. Okay. But look, the AI is, I mean, let's not mince words. I mean, something's got to be done. But I reiterate, our standard service is fabulous. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Vicky. 60-19 now for Corsair. Well, it's approaching. Whoops, it's approaching my fantasy area of 16. Fun. Uh, yeah, let's not get bogged down though on talking about that. It was discussed yesterday. So here's another dog, except on the way up. This is the dog pro shares. Okay, short on the Dow. Okay, not dog Z. KMB. That was an earnings play. Let's take a look. Did it hold? KMB, did it hold? Kimberly Clark did it hold? Yeah, actually, it's doing well. I mean, it's an earnings play, and this is, I'll call this an alpha stock, guys, because in the face of this, market that just has been dropping, 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 had earnings like CLF had earnings, but in this case, it's holding. It's above the 200-day moving average. I'm not saying take the trade. All I'm saying is that it's interesting that this one is holding well. Yesterday's BAOS is getting a little action again. BAOS getting some action again. Low float, 8 million. It did get up to 140 odd yesterday. It briefly took out the 200-day moving average and came right back down underneath. It closed underneath $1. But here it goes again. I'm sorry, that wasn't yesterday. That was 2 days ago. Yesterday it got up to 123. So I mean, if you're looking for something highly speculative, I'm not doing it, but all right, it is 11:46. So I'm going to confirm with Andy in our YouTube room. I'm taking my break in about 10 minutes. Okay, so it is Andy. Yep. Yeah, man. Look at the VLON now, guys. Oh, wish I had shorts for this one. This one is, it's break at 2. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if it just, collapsed all the way down here. I'm not saying it's going to. I'm not saying it's going to. But this break at 2 right now, and their news, big deal. We're looking for strategic alternatives. Just not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, VLON. But that is that's a big break right there of 2. Look at the volume, guys. I mean, here the volume tells everything. I mean, the big pop right there. Look at the volume popped all the way up here. The volume started to tail off, and now it's just completely tailed off. I mean, it's still huge volume overall, don't get me wrong, but a lot of that was here. About a third of it was, or a quarter of it was right here. You're right, William. You're right. Funny. Good for you, TRD. All right, now, guys, there's a genius is sort of back up there. Sort of back. GNS, I'm talking about GNS. Again, the high was 714, and it touched it again. Well, I actually got the 715. That's why my alert was triggered. So I'll put it again. Actually, one alert was triggered. Keep an eye on it, guys. It pops through that 715 area. It could go. I mean, all traders are looking at is this 2094, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days ago. Could it happen? You know, that's all traders are looking at. There it goes, guys. It's all traders are looking at. I'm not saying it's getting to 2090, 20 whatever 94, but that's all people or traders are looking at. Well, is that I can type it in, but let's see, how is that doing? Still, again, Singapore stock, guys. So there's the J. We don't have the data. Yeah, I apologize for that. It's halted again at 22. Okay, and it's a Singapore stock. IPO today, and GNS is a Singapore stock. It's the only thing I can think of. Another disappointment with the ATEN. So the news of a company going to the small cap 600, S&P small cap 600, or one of those S&Ps. Just not the same now. Now, granted, the market has a lot to do with it probably, but Yeah, that definitely was a quick hitter if you got it. 750 and then right back down. I'm going to stick I can't take this right now because I'm going to be taking my break. So there's no way I could be in something like that and taking my break. So I'm just going to reset the alert here, 714, and see if it takes it out later. All right, guys, at 11:55. So again, I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. Should be here any maybe 2 or 3 minutes in our YouTube room. So I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'm here until he takes over in our YouTube room. We still have the Corsair CRSR approaching 16 now. There, yeah, so it went negative. I mean, CLF actually went negative. Look at this. So yesterday's low is taking that out, 31, sorry, 29.19. So it's right at yesterday's low now. Look out below. The next low looking left is 27.38. So it's right at yesterday's low, 29.19. So it's right there. So the Carvana short from the AI, I mean, very choppy at the beginning. You know, you probably would have been whipped out of it. But anyway, starting to work now. CVNA starting to work now. It's the only alert today. Yeah, CYH. I mean, I did not take it, but it's pointing on opportunities. That's all. On that 10 break, and it's just slowly making its way down. That was a key break right there, that 986. And now the next low, looking left, is just over 9, I believe, 922 or so. Yeah. So again, if you won't short, I can't help you. You can't short because of your account, that's one thing. But if you won't short, I like to phrase it for psychological reasons, then I really can't help you. Super opportunities. All right, guys. Let's see. What GRPH? What are you doing? Still too much resistance. I'm just noticing it is. It's a gainer today, but too much resistance. All right, guys, I am just waiting for Andy to show up in our YouTube room. Then I'll take my break. Just waiting on that Corsair. See if it takes out that 16. Yeah, so I don't play options at all, Kamoy, okay? I'm not an option player at all, so I cannot recommend, buying puts or anything like that. I just trade the stocks. So I'm not an options player. Andy, I don't know. Andy will be in the room in a minute. He may. I don't know if Andy trades options, but you might want to ask him that question. Sometimes if there are no shorts available and there are options available, maybe that's a way to go, I suppose. But I just don't trade options. There he is. No, wait a minute. You're a little premature there, Denver. All right. Come on, Andy. Where are you? What do you mean, when can you buy shorts? I don't understand what you mean by that. If you've never shorted, then you better, but it's just a matter, if IB has the shorts available, then you just click the sell button. I mean, it's that simple. No, it's actually April 27th. So, well, the toolbar, when you say it's not part of your layout, I don't understand that. I mean, toolbar should be always up there. If you have in the taskbar down here, I don't know if you can see, but if you hover over, there's my TI. If I hover over it, I'll always see. Now, if for some reason you've minimized it, you'll still see it. It should be right at the top, and then you just have to click on it, and it should unminimize. It may be hidden behind. It might be hidden behind some windows or something. But it's always part of the layout. All I can think of is, it's hidden behind something, or. But if you're like me and you have down in the taskbar here, and there's my TI icon. If I hover over it, I'll see everything that I've got open. And right at the top should be, your toolbar. Okay. So Andy is not here yet. Cutting into my break. That's okay, Denver. Okay, Andy's having problems getting into the YouTube room, so I just have to wait before he's just having problems getting in. Well, if you've never, you probably should go to like Investopedia or something like that, Camway, okay, to see what shorting is all about. I mean, you literally just, if shorts are available, if your broker has shorts available, then, I can't tell you how your broker does it, but with Interactive Brokers, you just click sell and, pick the price you want to get in at. and then you click sell. Now you're in a short. It's nothing to do with options. Remember, shorting is just hoping the stock goes down. So if I short if I want to short XRX right now at 1687, I just click the big sell button. Here, this is within Brokerage Plus, but the same thing in Interactive Brokers or your platform. Sometimes, there may be in your platform, there could be something that says short sell. I don't know. But right now, if I wanted to short it, I could get in at 16 there. I think Andy's in there. I think I heard a little ping. Did I hear a little ping, Andy? Or Chris is there?
No, for some reason the pinned link must have expired, and it was bringing Andy to some random broadcast. He's moving over now. He should be here any second.
Oh, okay, he's cutting into my.
I found him wandering.
Okay, I'll just wait for him to show up.
All right. If not, give me 1 second. I can. I'll take over until he gets here, anyways.
Okay.
Let me just move something on my screen. I know everybody wants to see my wonderful P&L from the day.
I might have to send you over to our YouTube room, Alan, because I don't know why you can't. To me, it's impossible that the toolbar isn't showing, because it's just part of the program. So you can, if you exit out as an example, then your program closes. So I can't help you. I mean, I don't know how to help you to get it back. Show all is only the windows here.
All right, so Barry, I took over the stream, and I'll try to get Andy in here. If not, I'll just hang out. But so this way you can take off.
Okay, thanks.
You got it. So happy, it's Friday, right? It's still Friday? I hope so. Happy Friday, everybody. Give me 1 second here, just readjusting. Fire some questions for me. Come on, I need to answer some stuff. I want to help someone out. Give me 1 second here, though. Fire some questions in that chat for me. Mike C, what's happening, dude? All right, sorry, Andy. For some reason, the site won't load for him. Do we have a way to set up a beta filter? I think we have something, don't we? Where are you? Beta. There we go, beta. There's Mr. Andy.
All right, we got to get this right, man. I don't know why it's so.
I don't know. The other link must have expired. I'm not sure what happened there. So just StreamYard.com should still get you here, though. But that other link did bring you right to this, and I don't know why it didn't today. It was bringing you to some completely different.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sitting there chatting away like I'm talking to people for a good 5 minutes. All right. So all is good now, right? You got me. Yeah. You got my voice and you got a visual, right?
Yep. I got you. And we just had Kirk was asking about a beta filter. So I had that up. We have the one that's in the for alert windows. I don't know if it's in the top list or not. So I was just going to dive into the beta filter.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me show you what we got there. Thank you, Chris. I
You
appreciate
got it. I will depart.
Okay, so to go to a beta filter, and it's not one I use a little bit, so I may have to take a look in our help section. That's the best thing to use. First of all, we go to our search panel, guys. You type in beta, and you click on it. And if you don't have any idea, what it's looking for, hey Mike, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, I was chatting with Mike. I was chatting with you. I thought I was chatting with you, and I was in open, just talking to the darkness, I guess. Go to the help button. Okay, we'll go to the help button. That's what you always do if you're not sure about a filter and what it means. And beta, beta is a measure of volatility of a given stock relative to the overall market, usually the S&P 500. Beta describes the sensitivity of an instrument to broad market movements. A beta above 1 is more volatile in the overall market, while a beta below 1 is less volatile. Securities with betas of 0 generally move independently of the overall market. And finally, stocks with negative betas tend to move in the opposite direction relative to the broader market. I think you could probably use this little guideline right here. A beta of 2.5 represents a stock movement that is 150% more volatile than the S&P 500 index. So it's basically just a kind of a sliding scale, guys. So the higher the number, okay, the more volatility it's going to have, and vice versa. The lower the number, and I guess it even goes to negative. Yeah. So if it's negative 0.50, it represents stock movement that is half as volatile. So these are going to be very slow moving dead stocks, that just doesn't do a whole lot. Whereas a beta of 2.5, you are going to get stocks that are more volatile. So, Kirk, that's it's going to be subjective. You ask, how do you know a way to set up the beta filter? It depends obviously on what you're looking for. If you're looking on volatile stocks, stocks that move, if you're more into day trading, maybe you want something with volatility. So what I would go in there is put in a beta of at least maybe 1.5 minimum. So that's what you would do. So let's go back to our configuration here, and we would select add filter. Okay, and then we'd come in here and we could put 1.5 as the minimum. Can always click on our little show me button, and it will tell you what it's looking for. The volatility is at least 1.5 times that of the market as a whole. So that market as a whole is the S&P 500 index. So I hope that makes sense to you. It's pretty straightforward. So it's going to be, so let's say the S&P 500 on average, I'm just going to use, these numbers are not correct, but I'm just going to use it for an example, moves $1 on average every day, from the highs to the low. Okay, so if you have a beta of 1.5, that means it's going to average $1.50 move. I think or it's a percentage. It's a ratio. Okay, so it's a ratio, so it's more like a percentage than it's not a dollar figure, in other words. But in that example, you can kind of read what I'm trying to talk about there. It's if you're looking for stocks that are volatile, I would put like 1.5 or 2, depending on, like I said, it's subject. So, and that's really all. It's just a filter, so it's not going to point out anything unless you have some alerts going with it. But let me know, Kirk, if that did not make sense to you. Under the alerts, not as a column, I'm not sure what you're talking about, because if we type in the word beta, all we have is a filter. Is there an alert that you're referring to that has a beta field in it? Maybe volatility? That's also a filter. So tell me what word to type in, what you're looking for. Uh, okay. Yeah. Well, that's yeah. Okay. That works for you, Kirk. Yeah, you can do a lot of things with that. You know that the combination of filters working together. You can do a change in S&P 500 and work a combination. But this is going to look. I'm not sure what the average is. It's probably looking at least over the last 30 days, I would think. But I'm not. I don't know the exact number of what's computed in that ratio. But glad you finally got it there. Woo! Yeah, so my one cliff call that looked pretty good after earnings this morning. It's that's this is guys, this is why this was our list for today. I'm talking about the you know what? Good question, perfect circle. Do I believe in oversold and overbought? I do. Yes, obviously stocks get oversold and uh stocks get overbought. Although I will never let that alone uh dictate a trade. In other words, I would never just go into a stock like looking at the spiders here on the intraday saying, "Oh wow, this is really oversold. I'm just going to buy it." No, I would look for confirmation. Okay, if I know something's oversold, uh, it depends on if you're like a micro scalper. So you could do a bar reversal. In other words, the stock's been trending down with I don't even think it looks like about 15-minute bars in a row without a bar reversal. So if it's oversold and maybe I'm looking for a scalp, I may say, well, if it takes out this bar, I'd like this bar with being a doji. Okay, so maybe the selling is getting tired. Okay, the bottoming tail right there. So I would take those oversold condition and imply some sort of strategy as when to get in. Now the problem with this is you're going against the grain. Okay. There's definitely more sellers out there the last 2 days than there are buyers. So if you do take a position, based upon a strategy like a bar reversal or a bottoming tail like this, followed by a bar reversal, that's okay. But the thing about it is you have to admit when you're wrong and just get out. Not only that, if I do something like this, I'm looking for a scalp. In other words, we're still in a downtrend. So even though if you get a bar reversal and you got the declining 15, I'm sorry, the 10 period moving average on the 15-minute chart here, I would be looking to at least take half if it hits it. But good question, great question. A lot of people will just, base uh, their entry just based on, oh, it's oversold, it's got to bounce. It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to do anything. What's the old saying? Stock can remain oversold a lot longer than you can remain solvent. You should, and if you do a bar reversal, you could get it quite a quick pop right here. A lot of people would, play those types of intraday strategies. Not only will you have shorts possibly covering, who's been short in here all day, you may have some longs who may want to enter, playing a bounce. But man, there is a ton of selling going on, so you got to be careful. Well, if you're looking maybe for a longer term, another confirmation I would use is maybe this 10 period moving average. I like to look how this spiders yesterday. Look at this all day long. It stayed below. That's why Steve and I, even when we had Today Trader, we always preach this. The 10 period moving average on a 15-minute chart works best for me and works best for Steve. And now you're seeing it again today. You can't. I'm discounting the pre-market with we both all know pre-market's kind of sloppy. So if you take away pre-market, this has basically been under this 15 period moving average. Now let's take out pre-market. A lot of people don't use pre-market in their charting technique. So let's take it out and see what we got. Same thing. Look at that. Just downward. That is just big selling. So what a lot of people may do is wait for it to trade and close above this 10 period moving average. Could be another confirmation. It all depends on your time frame. If you're a swing trader like myself, there's not much to give me in something today, uh, unless it's maybe an earnings play that's doing really well. Uh, okay, sorry, I got to look at a text real quick. So those are about, I don't know what time frame you're on. Are you on a intraday or a swing trade daily, a daily chart? Because if you're on a daily, the same kind of rules can apply, but it's I think you have to look at more than just a bar reversal. You definitely want to. If me personally would like to see the moving averages more in play on something like a oversold daily. I'm trying to think of a strong chart that may been pulling back. Let's see if I can find something. Apple, Google. Oh, that's ugly. Yeah, that's already broke down. Yeah, it's going to be really hard for me to probably think of one today that's stocks that are holding up. Maybe some oil plays or something out there. Uh, okay, so you see the spies just got a. I think they did. Okay, let's see if there's anything to this right here. Just finally did a bar reversal. We'll see if there's any buyers in this market. Um, then what I'll do a lot of times is I'll look at the daily and see if there's any pivot. Well, see, there's is kind of a pivot level here too. Okay, so not only do you have the spies bouncing right here, this is potentially a bulls would argue that maybe it's an upside down head and shoulders. This is let me let's talk about this a little bit. Spies. So that and that's another thing you can kind of look for, daily patterns that may have been maybe setting up. So if we pull up the spies, and guys, don't get me wrong, I am not getting bullish right here. I'm just saying you do have a pivot level right here, okay, and you possibly could have a kind of a head and shoulders. I'm gonna discount that. That'd just be a big head, is all it'd be. So if I'm gonna show you what I mean by a pivot level. If I take a line right here, not the one I wanted, and drew it right here at these wicks. You got a lot of wicks right here earlier, and then now it seems like it's digging in. So you kind of have a pivot level right here. Not that, well defined. This is kind of sloppy right through here, but I do like the possible, you know, pattern developing here. If it could dig in and move higher. But boy, I tell you, there hasn't been a bid in 2 days in this market, and I don't know that I'd bet my if I took a trade like that, I would be out really quick. I'd just be looking for a scalp. Yeah. So yeah, definitely could look at daily patterns. I tell people a lot of times, all the time, that you know the daily charts tell so much of a better picture to me. Even if I'm intraday trading, I still want to know what the daily looks like. Okay, uh, is the daily uh, tempting for maybe some bulls in the market. I'd like to have as much backing as I could. If I'm looking at a possible entry somewhere. We'll see. We'll see what happens here. See if there's any bounce to it. Let's see, was somebody asking me a question? Let's see for that. Kirk, yeah, I don't. I'm not a big MACD fan. I like to, I've always said I like to keep it very simple. I don't like to get too much stuff involved. There's nothing wrong with MACDs. I know a lot of people that use them. For me, it's just another oscillator. I don't. Uh, I really don't even know a whole lot about it. I remember looking into it, but over the years, especially in my early years, I just realized, what's important to me is support, resistant areas, basic chart patterns, moving averages, and of course, volume. Volume is huge. No, no, linear regression is just it's another one. It's one of those kind of things I probably dabbled in it in the past. I can't even I can't even remember exactly what it is, but I know I probably looked into it. But uh, like I said, I've always been one to keep it simple. I will, when I had e-signal, I used to always like doing like Fibonacci's and things like that. That was interesting, to me a lot of times. But I just don't like too many indicators because it distorts sometimes my view of, and may keep me out of a trade. In other words, if the stock looks good and everything else is lining up, it's a nice pattern in the chart, volumes there, moving averages are there, and then I look down and I see another indicator that's saying, "Uh-oh, this doesn't look right. This MACD should be doing this, or this linear regression should be doing this," and it may keep me out of a trade. Just like to keep it simple. I thought Snap had good earnings, but man, these things are just really beaten up. Okay, the spies are trying to get a little lift here, but once again, you have this looming 10-period moving average would be your next uh, bogey, and it would probably marry up right here with this little area. So if you get through that, maybe we could, get something a little Friday afternoon rally. I'm not interested in jumping in a whole bunch, but who knows? It's so weak it may not even make it up to that fast line. Well, what I was going to talk about, and a lot of people were asking us just to give the whole eye watcher. There wasn't a whole lot of stocks in there today that had a very nice setups. Uh, and really only one made the eye this morning, and I was probably a little premature. A lot of times I'll do this. It looks like it was going to go to high. I probably should just let it go to high, um, but if this thing comes back and closes, in the middle of its range, it still be in play. So I thought once again, I thought it had good earnings, but just it doesn't matter. The market just been taking down everything lately. So anyway, yeah, there may be days if I was hesitant even putting this cliff in there today, and but could be one of those days where you don't, see. That's probably all you're going to see in the eye today. For those of you who may not know, the eye is kind of our new swing trading feature that we've uh, added to the channel bars. So all you got to do is go look for the trader's eye right there, and you'll have this window in there. And been doing great. We've been beta testing it basically for about 3 weeks. I mean, you guys have access to it, but we're not. Even though it's had some really great crawls, we're not gonna be doing a full launch and probably until the first of next month, so around May 1st. And there's not gonna be anything too much different as far as the concept goes, but thinking about doing a couple of webinars in the morning a week to help people out when they see these ideas come up there, what to look for. I mean, just because they're ideas don't mean you jump in and buy them. Okay. Like today, for an example, excuse me, get a drink of water. Yeah, today, I mean, look at this market. Okay, a prudent trader may have a lot of stocks on his watch list, like we did this morning, that all looked pretty good, like there was a setup there possibly, and the market opened up and just went straight down. And this is when your gut feeling keeps you out of good trades. Say, well, wait a minute, there's a lot of good setups here, but I'm gonna back up just a little bit, kind of wait the first 30 minutes out to see what's going on. So it's kind of what we're doing with the this curated idea. So we have a curated list and only a few stocks in there today. Normally it's probably going to be around 20 stocks in there. And then what I'm doing with the help of the guys is going to be curating the curated. So it's going to kind of go through two filters and then you'll get an idea. Some days, some as far as the sentiment goes, some days it's easier than others. Like today, not a whole lot of people wanted to buy stocks this morning. A lot of more people wanted to sell them. Some days are very difficult. You get some choppy noise. A compare count window always helps. Just keep a little compare count window. That's an easy way to do it. Um, basically it's just a two separate alert windows. Okay, and mine is big cap movers that are hitting new highs at I think relative volume has to be, hold on, let me check it out, I can remember, has to be like, yeah, though they have to be doing it with 300% 1 minute volume. So I'm looking for, I could probably, you know what, I may change that, especially going into the summer and volume kind of kicks down. But anyway, so basically this is new highs versus new lows, big cap stocks, but they have to be doing 3 times the volume in the 1 minute. So in other words, I want to filter out stocks that are just kind of going to high and not really doing anything. This shows me there's some, uh, but anyway, we have these can be great. Okay, according to my filter sets, you got 63% of the stocks are hitting new lows on volume above 300 percent 1 minute volume, and you only have 36% that are of them hitting new highs. So kind of tells you that could change. All right, this could change if we get a nice bounce here. And by the way, there you go. We had the bar reversal now. Now you're seeing some buyers come in, probably a little short covering. People may have been short the last couple of days looking to take profits going into the weekend. So now we're going to have a date with this fast line here, this 15 period moving average, which, like you said, like I said earlier, can be a very formidable guiding hand. Uh, yeah, this is just basically kind of a tick by tick of what's happening currently in the market. It doesn't really mean sellers could be getting exhausted. All this really means is you don't have as many stocks hitting new lows with, you know, 300% 1 minute volume. Okay. The sellers could be out there. Maybe they're looking for their, price. Maybe, they're thinking, oh, well, here's the market bouncing. Maybe I'll stay in this position a little bit longer. So a lot of thought can go into the each one of these, but uh and you have the boy, look at that. That was like zeros, like zero stocks were hitting. That just shows you how weak it is. You didn't have any stocks this morning for the first, 3 hours hitting a new high with my filter set on there, the 300%. So 1 minute volume. So there was some hitting new highs out there, but they weren't satisfying my filter set. So interesting. And you watch as we get to, this 15 period more average, you might see this creep up. Yeah, you can't read too much into compare account windows. I basically just kind of like to keep an eye on these numbers right here. And they can be, you know, hard to uh, hard to understand in the first, especially if you have gaps. So in other words, if you have a big gap, let's say you have a big gap down, okay, that kind of feels like weakness in the market. So at the open, you may have a lot of people buying, looking, thinking it's a, bargain price, big gap down. I'm going to buy, and you may have a lot of sellers, kind of, backing off, saying the short seller is saying, well, I don't want to chase it down here. So it could look like there's a lot of strength in the market because the first 15 minutes you got a lot of people, buying the market. But just be careful on gaps. When it opens kind of like it did today, can be a very good barometer, of what's happening. And that's, uh, I mean, actually, I would think that would be higher, but it's not. So compare counts can be nice, but I seldom will I just, you know, take a particular trade just based on uh, compare counts. But I do like to keep an eye on it and just see what's going on. All right, here we are at the 10 period moving average. We have not been above this in uh, 2 days. So pretty ugly. Take a look at the other, see if they're doing the same thing. Yep, there's the Qs, not quite there yet. IWM, and it's there as well. So we'll see what happens here. Like I said, if back in my day, if I was a scalper, I know that's not a lot of big of a move, but I would be tempted to take some off right here. Then we may just bust right through it. You ready for them to get smoked? Yeah. Well, they could. I've seen this market do stranger things. That's for sure. I could see us come all the way back and possibly close in like a little doji with a big tail. But uh, with all this weakness and a Friday, I don't know, man. We may be hard to. Let's see. I bought a little gold the other day. Maybe hard to get a rally going as I finish my thought. Looks like it's probably going to crash right there. I close my price alerts. It's good to clean these up every now and then, the ones that are triggered, so you don't have green lines all over your. See if what ARC is doing. ARC was actually, yeah, it's not down that much today. A little bit. Yep, and there you have the spies kissing that, backing off. May need to get the battering ram out and hit it a few times, or we can go roll over and go to Lowe's. Got a nice TZA position that's working for me. I'm probably just going to hold that. See any reason to get out of that. And keep an eye on some of these. A lot of these stocks that kind of made the watch list. Is Johnson and Johnson, looking for stocks, that kind of a safe haven stocks that have good, amount of cash, pays a dividend. Times of uncertainty and market turmoil, you can see a lot of people going into the big name consumer staple stuff. Coca-Cola is another one, been holding up well, and a lot of these. That Look at that one right there, Southern Company once again pays a dividend. Power Electric Company. So a lot of times I'm looking at these stocks, I will look over in my single stock window and see if they pay a dividend. Because I mean, they're boring, but it's what you have a lot of money flowing into right now. Definitely relative strength right there. Look at that. Every time it tries to break the 10 period moving average, it just bounces right back. Clorox, there you go. Clorox was got beaten down. I actually wanted that this morning, but gosh, I guess that was probably a earnings play. I don't know what it is, but there you're right. There's another one. Let's see if we had some more in there. JXN insurance broker, but once again, look at that. Pays a little dividend, and you got relative strength above all the moving averages. Got an alert set on that one. Be interested if it goes back through that. I can definitely see this taking out a high, and if this market continues on the same footing. Even got an alert and Stephen Madden Shoe Company. If it gets above this level right here, another dividend paying stock, but uh, this one was one that was on the list today, but just this is the reason why we don't want to just hand these out, guys. A lot of the newer traders would get in trouble thinking, "Oh man, these are on their watch list. These are going to be higher." And it is getting slapped down for now. That's why I said if I was a scalper, I'd be taking some real quick right there. Robert, where do you place stops on Head and Shoulders? Well, it's hard to say because you're playing typically a daily pattern. Okay, so you're talking about swing trades. I don't Head and Shoulders patterns like that don't work intraday. They just don't. A lot of people think they do, but here is I even mentioned this in the spiders. Let me blow this up in a webinar. You know, back the other day, even though it's a little kind of contorted, this still is a head and shoulder pattern, and I'll show you here in a minute. If you just, like I said, it's a little lopsided. So it depends on where you enter. If I'm looking at this trade, let's say I entered it right here. You faded this move because of this potential pattern. Uh, it's a tough one. I mean, a lot of times it can be very painful if you're wrong. But I would definitely, if I'm playing a longer term pattern like this, it's not going to be, probably, uh, a 1% stop. I'm probably looking at closer to a 3 to 5% stop. And once again, this is a long pattern. So I'd be looking for, possibly a, you know, 10% move to the downside. Okay. So, uh, but I typically, yeah, usually if I feel like I'm wrong, I'll get out pretty quick. So, if I'm playing a pattern like that, I would typically use, maybe 3% as my worst stop. Uh, I don't know if that would have gotten me out there. Let's see. I didn't mean to erase that. No, I think I'd been in there. Let's see, 456. Yeah, so that'd be a $13. If I'm using a 3% stop, that'd be a $13, and it only went 156 to yeah, so that only went like that's at $7. Yeah. Of course, I wouldn't be playing huge size. Okay. If you're looking at this is more like a weekly chart. If I put this on a weekly, you'll see it even looks more. You can even see if you use the closing price on this weekly, see how that just kind of lines up now. It's kind of a perfect head and shoulders using a weekly. So if you're doing something like this, and if we're gonna discount these wicks because it closed down here, so now you got almost a perfect head and shoulders. Uh, that's ugly, guys. I mean, if you're down below all the weekly. The 200's way down here, which I think we could possibly get to over the next several months. I'm not predicting that, but it wouldn't surprise me. So if you're playing something like this, yeah, you want to give yourself some leeway. In other words, you don't want to enter something like that thinking, "Oh, I picked the top. I'm only going to give me a 1% stop." It's best, especially on the short side. It's very easy to get emotional when buyers come in and shorts start covering and the market starts ripping. So for me, the best way to short is first of all to fade moves. Don't chase momentum unless you may be day trading. But if you're a short seller or buying put options or something like that, give yourself a little wiggle room and give yourself time to let it develop. It's looking like a very successful, a potential, uh, head and shoulders pattern there. So it's all relative, Robert, on your risk. Uh, Parameters, the size of your trade. There's a lot of things. Your time frame. If you're only, if you're like me and you like to jump in and out, get out like in about 3 to 5 days. Sometimes I'll give my stop a little bit tighter. Yeah, yeah. You know what? Head and shoulder. Those patterns are very difficult to create. You can do a lot of stuff with our uh, position and range filters and our range filters. But, Head and Shoulders is so hard because you have so many data points, they have to create this pattern, you know? You gotta have another shoulder here, so you cannot compare all these candles, it just makes it really difficult because you have to use percentages, and yeah, it's you have to go back. It's yeah, if you run across a software, I'd love to uh, for like longer term patterns like that. I'd love to see it. I don't. It's very tough to do. All right, let's get back on the daily here. Ooh, time flew this one. That tan sector looks awful. Yeah, pattern recognition, software, Robert. I wouldn't mind. I'm sure they're out there. I mean, obviously, trade ideas. It- Somebody's going to have a hard time beating us when it comes to real time alerts and being able to set up these alerts uh, to pretty much your liking. And but uh, there are some decent, some good scanning, and we obviously do scanning as well. But good question. Yeah, what's the worst, solar sector or the weed sector? I think the weed sector has got to be worse. But perfect circle, that's a tough one. Those are the ones you stick and move. But great question from Plaza 88. How long did it take you to see so many scans available to nail your uh, your style? Well, for the longest time, for 17 years, I was a very active day trader, and but the good thing about it is I was always like swing trading in my IRA or my 401k, uh, my SEP I had at one time. So I was always doing some swing trading in there. So it makes it easy. It's hard sometimes for people, and trust me, I it's one of my faults. One of my faults is because I was a day trader for so long. Yeah, I have a hard time being patient and letting stocks, work for me, and not, and taking profits too quick. Okay, so when it comes to swing trading, now in a market like this, I don't mind if I take profits quick because I know, the upside moves are going to be uh, not going to be as long as they were, last year or any of the prior 10 years to that. But now things are a little bit different. It's a little bit different market. These up moves are not lasting as long. So I don't kick myself for not being patient. But when you have a very nice trending bull market, I have a tendency to uh, you know, take take profits too quick. It's good to know your faults. I know it's one of my faults, but the good thing about it is I know my entries are really good. So I don't kick myself too hard. And I always will take half off pretty quick and then try to let the other half run. But I like to get out and move on to the next trade. And sometimes I get out of stocks way too soon. Uh, but getting back to your question, so obviously I had a lot of momentum alerts when I was day trading for those 17 years, and now I have a little bit of both. Not that I day trade, but I like to see. A lot of times I can catch some really good longs, maybe some swing trades. Some of your best swing trades start off as a momentum trade. Uh, something the market's not conducive to it right here, but IBM as an example. Okay, IBM had earnings, had a big move. This was actually on the look at it fighting back today. This is on yesterday was on our swing trading our the eye. So, but this is what I'm talking about. This can be a great momentum trade that can end up being a very nice swing trade. If it clears this level right here, okay, you could be looking at another, $5 or $6 in that thing. Uh, so I do keep these up. but then I have some other ones that I look for swing trading. And then I have a nightly scan that I look at, and I actually kind of revise this, and I'll share it with you guys. This is kind of what I look at. I took out my I had like a single stock window in here, but I took it out. Uh, this is what I look at for this and a few others, or for finding stocks for the eye every night. The eye watcher. And I won't go into each one. A couple of these trend change, I'm very careful. I'm not using a lot of these right now because I know this is not the market for these stocks that are trying to basically change a trend from being in a down move to an up move. Expeditors, could be a possible example. Yeah, I can share I can share this homework for sure. Just a doc. Let me see. Yeah, we don't keep we don't have any secrets here at Trade Ideas. We're able to share everything. And there you go. Nice setup. It says, look at that one right there. That's a nice setup. It's relative strength. You got a stock right here. I thought that was on the list today. I didn't make it. So yeah, this is a very interesting stock right here. It's looking like it wants to break out of this level. Banged on it back there. Banged on it once again. I'm gonna put an alert right here. And save it. If that alert goes off, I will give this some consider. Look at this cup and handle too. Okay, there's your cup. Boop. Now there's your handle. Almost textbook. So keep an eye on this one. It's like I said, it can be a boring one, and it could be a lot of wicks too in that. April 28th. So has earnings next week though. Is that next Friday? No, next Thursday. So anyway, a lot of these are all going to be above their moving averages here. Boy, this one doesn't do anything. Looks like it's a nice setup, but boy, look how dead that thing's been. Ooh, it's a nice one right there. A little 3-day wedge. Investment pool. What are you seeing? In a lot of these stocks, you're going to see dividends. Pay a dividend.
Andrew, how are you?
Gary, how you doing, buddy?
I'm here. You made it in.
I was gonna give you a break and let you go. I go a little longer since I was late to get in there.
If you want to, that's fine.
No.
But I am here. You made me laugh though, because I think I was listening to you for the last 15 or 20 minutes, and you made some kind of a comment like, yeah, sometimes I like to get in and out in 3 to 5 days, and of course. I'm thinking, 3 to 5 minutes. Yeah. Though, listen, you know what? I am not a scalper. Everybody seems to think I'm not a scalper. Now, it all depends on how you define scalping.
Right.
My definition is somebody who, takes 10,000 shares of a $1 stock and tries to get a nickel on it with a 1 cent spread, or a 1 cent stop. That's my definition. But how can we call dogs, DOGZ? And if you took that short down at, underneath that 6 level and let it run down to 2 and then cover, that to me is not scalping.
No.
It's intraday trading, but it's not scalping.
Right. No. Yeah, gosh, anytime you get a move like that, you gotta take it.
You
That's
got to take
crazy.
it.
Yeah. But I will
And
say
then
this, Barry, and you probably know
yes.
this as well. I've known a lot of good traders, okay, and the ones that really make a killing, uh, they don't jump in for 10 to 15 minutes. They're looking for, 4 to 5 hour moves, and they will stay with those trades for a very long time. And I know you can do that as well. I've seen you do it.
Oh,
Um,
absolutely,
yeah,
absolutely. I like when I get into a trade, I'm not thinking, well, I'm only going to be in for 10 minutes. I mean, it's all about risk reward, as you know. So, I mean, if I'm risking, make the math simple. If I'm risking 20 cents on a trade or 30 cents on a trade, I'm taking that trade because I think I have an expectation of at least getting, say, 60 cents.
sure. There you go.
Okay, at least 60 cents.
Yeah.
Now, if I get the six, but if it gets to 60, then it starts to fall. I'm not going to be crazy. I'm probably going to take some out, and then I'll wait. If it comes back to where I entered, I'll probably get out of everything. And yes, later on it could roar right back, but I'm just not interested in that.
Right. Right.
But I'm not going into the trade thinking, this is only going to be a 1 or 2 minute trade. I never go into a trade thinking that way.
No, of course not. Of course not. And most great traders are that way. Yeah, and I agree with you. I think of scalping, especially like micro scalping, or people who are looking to jump in a big size and take, get 10 cents out of it, 20 cents out of it. And
Exactly.
that can be exhausting. Yeah.
Well, exhausting and also very hard to do, I think. I mean,
Yes, it is. It
and we
is.
don't have to name any names.
No,
We
of
know
course
who we're
not.
talking about.
Of course not.
So, I mean, I often looked at that stuff and said, okay, fine, maybe it's possible, but for the average person, there's no way in the world they can trade like that.
No,
No way.
no, and you shouldn't. You shouldn't. It's very tough racket, man. Yeah, you want to find those setups that can produce a nice, 4 to 5 hours, and I noticed you will even hold some over if it still looks really good, and to the next day. No,
Infrequently, but
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
infrequently, but yeah. But we, take a look at the Corsair trade that a lot of us in the trading room did today. Okay, so that's the CRSR. So that to me was just an absolute beauty. So
Oh,
you see what
okay.
happened. So
Hmm.
if you look in the pre-market, it had dropped a lot. They sort of did a preliminary guidance. They don't have earnings until the 5th. Okay, so you see the big drop, and all of a sudden you see this big pop, and you wonder, well, why did that happen?
Uh-huh.
And then you read the news, and Wedbush decided, you know what, we still think this company is great, and they put a $22 price target on it. So that caused it to go up. But then
Ah,
you have to start looking at the market. Okay, great, they did that, but look at the overall market. And I was saying in the room, if this gives up 17, I think this has got a great chance to fall because the news is still their news.
sure.
The company news is what they put out. An analyst can say anything they want, but the
Of course.
company specifically said that. So there's so how long was that? That was 1, 2, 3. That was almost, hey Andy, that was almost an hour and a half for me.
There you go. There you
So,
go. I
so
like
there you
that.
go.
And
Yeah,
something else I like about it, Barry, always looking at the daily. Look where it ran up to. You kind of had a level here, boom, boom, and it kind of got real
absolutely.
close to that, and that's where it stalled. Yeah,
Yep, absolutely.
very good trade. Yeah,
Yeah.
like that.
So it's great at Trade Ideas because we have all sorts of different trading styles. I mean, I'm obviously the one who trades intraday the most,
Hmm.
but it's great to have all the different styles. I mean, there's no
It really
question.
is. Yeah, it is. It is. We got some good traders here.
Hmm. So it is now 1:02. Do you want to take off or?
Yeah, yeah. I'm getting kind of hungry. I'll let you.
Okay.
I don't have to do anything, right? You'll just steal it from me.
Nope. No, I'll just steal it right from you. That's right.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks,
All right.
Andy. Have a
Thanks,
great
Barry.
weekend.
Appreciate it, buddy. You too.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.
Okay, guys. Obviously, I was talking to Andy in our YouTube room. And now I am back in both rooms live. So let's take a look at what's happening. Market, yeah, there's the market drift down again. It hasn't quite taken out the low of the day, but it looks like it's going to. I'm looking at the SPY, of course, but looks like it's going to. Just really miserable. If again, if you won't short, I don't know what you're doing. Well, perfect circle. I'll take credit for it. I will. In fact, I actually encourage them to show up during the day too, not just at this handoff, but So we'll see what happens going forward. Let's take a look now at this Sky H. It had a nice day yesterday. Crazy low float, if that's correct, 500,000 in the float. But it's got some resistance probably on that daily to get through. So, and again, trying to go long in this market, even if it's something that looks like an alpha stock that's not being affected by the market, still pretty tough. Yeah, still pretty tough to try to commit yourself to a long trade right now. I mean, here you look at the BAOS. My guess is that something like this, BAOS, had the market been moving higher, maybe in recovery mode, this thing may have had a chance. But these it's a classic now. I mean, I've always liked shorting, or trying to anyway, shorting the tops, but we're definitely a shorting the top market. I'm not saying there's absolutely everything is going to move down, but boy, oh boy, it's a struggle to find buyers who want to hold long term now. And Netflix continues to drift down. NFLX, of course, continues to drift down. There's about a $14 move, isn't it? A little more actually, got to 226. It's now 211. So, approximately a $15 move down. For you, that's probably long term, William. That's probably double your average. I'm going to take a look at this wolf. This is one that I actually took a little scalp short on late in the day yesterday, and it's almost at an all-time low again. WULF. What's going to hold this up? Who's going to buy this? Of course, we could have said the same thing about the dogs, but so those of you with the intestinal fortitude to take that over that little two break, I mean, actually, it was a pretty nice move for 30 minutes. Hardly anything on the way down to 30-minute candles, and then even that third candle got up to 4 before it finally came down. So, and I'm seeing some of the bounce plays from Zach Scan, but again, guys, market, market, market. Even if you do get a bounce, I just don't see how the bounce is going to be that significant. Yeah, well, I mean, listen, the higher interest rates go up. I mean, I don't think we're going to, like in the 80s or whatever, I think when interest rates were like at 20, 21%, why would you buy stocks? Just put your money in the bank. If you got cash, put your money in the bank, no risk whatsoever. Now, interest rates are still, I don't know what you can get in the bank right now. Can you get 2%? I don't know. But I mean, if we really got into a crazy situation where all of a sudden you could just park your money in the bank with no risk whatsoever, really, and get, 6, 7, 8, 10%. A lot of people are just, they're not gonna mess around with the market. 2.5%. Well, I agree with you there, William, in terms of inflation. But if you've got your house, if you've got your car, if you got all your major expenditures covered, okay, so the price of milk goes up, the price of bread goes up, things like, you know what I'm saying? If you're cash rich and you've got most of your assets covered in terms of your house and your car, man, oh man, just parking your money in the bank. But I don't, I can't believe it's going to get that bad. But we never know. Yeah, 0.75 basis points is now the new 25. So anyway, well, I'll just have to wait and see. Now it's a different, I think back in the 80s, it was also a lot different because there were people, I mean, the market wasn't the same. I mean, access to the market wasn't the same. Now everybody, I mean, so much easier to trade the market and there's a lot more activity, et cetera. So, but still, if you can get a great return in the bank, why are you going to put money in stocks? But we're not there yet, obviously. So let's take a look. I'm just looking to see if anything is catching my eye. Well, maybe I should take my toggle off, my sound alert. Maybe I'll get some. Tech support. Sorry, Alan, I saw, are you still here? I'm sorry, I saw you post at 12:21 talking about FRGE. I'm glad you figured that out regarding your toolbar. It's something I've just never had a question like that before. But Alan, are you still around regarding the FRGE? Alan is gone. I mean, his question is, it's a classic question. We get it all the time. My layout did not catch FRGE. His scan did not catch FRGE. Why? Because he had, I mean, I guess when it started, the volume wasn't big enough. I mean, it's okay now, it's 7 million now, but that just ramped all the way up. At the beginning of the move, though, and he probably had a minimum volume, who knows, 500,000 shares, maybe a million shares, I don't know. So, I mean, so his question is, I mean, you had you got to tweak the problem with tweaking your scan is that yes, you will catch an FRGE. And if it keeps doing this, yeah, you'll be very happy you did. The problem is though, you may get a lot of other alerts that will not do what FRGE did. And the FRGE will kind of get buried, if that makes sense. So there's always a trade-off, in your scans. People say, all the time to us, how can I catch a move like that? We can create a scan that will catch probably any single move that you can think of. The problem is it may introduce a lot of others, 10 that don't do that same move. Yeah, blue collar, I will agree. I mean, they were so wrong on that use of transitory. Just a minute, please. Okay, well, actually, Corsair may be giving an opportunity to go long now. Corsair, CRSR, a little break here. Little break here. Now this, I know people complain. Let me just see what the SPY looks like on Interactive Brokers. Nah. Just give me a moment here, okay? Yeah, I'm just trying to, I don't know why our charts do this. I would check this in the past, and it's funny, sometimes the IB chart will show this, but I know IB is not showing that, so I don't know why our charts are showing something like that. All right, guys. Well, now that it's a little bit quiet for me, I'm going to try again to figure out. I know I was explaining to me yesterday how I can place a conditional buy order in here. It's just a little bit different from what I was used to. So let's take a look at Corsair as an example. Where is Corsair? Okay, there's Corsair. So I've clicked on it. And let's just say I wanted to place a conditional buy order. I want to take it if it gets over 1650. See if I can remember how it was explained to me yesterday. He said to click the buy first, which I think is crazy, but okay. And then do the quantity. Let's do 400 shares. And then with a stop limit. Yeah, I guess that didn't do it. I'm embarrassed, not being able to, why it's changed so dramatically. Okay, I'm going to try again. I'm going to try to do it the way I kind of, whoops. No. Well, maybe. No. All right, I did do it. Okay, I did do it. So remember how I did it. I think it's all the sequence of doing it that it's important. Anyway, so what I did was I put a conditional buy order for Corsair CRSR. at 16.55. So if the price goes up to 16.55, it'll take the order. Oh, I see this one was halted on the way down. This SPR, okay, this is a little one, SPRC. I see it was halted on the way down. All right, let's take a look at VLON right now, just for fun, okay? VLON, and we'll talk a little bit about money management. So let's just say you wanted to take this trade right now. And we're going to take 500 shares. I'm going to do it at the market because the spread's only a penny. I'm going to buy and I'm going to send it. Okay, so we should see it right up here. There it is. So my entry was 213. Now, earlier on, I talked about the importance of having some kind of a checklist, okay, before you take a trade. And so let's just say, assuming that you could check every box in order to take this trade. What? Just a minute. Okay, there it is. Okay, so there it is on the chart. You see 193 and it says approximately minus 100. It says 97.50. So when you get into a trade, even though you've been able to check every box and everything looks great, and even in an additional situation, there's great news, which is not a box I check, okay, but there's great news, everything looks fantastic, but guess what? Even the best setup they don't always work. So the way I trade, I'm always going to have an out. I'm always going to have a price where I'm going to get out of the trade. And the way I usually do it is I size up no less than a 5-minute chart, maybe a 15, where I think there is some support, so that if the price went through that level, I want to be out of the trade. That's the stop. So what I did was I put the stop at $1.93. I wanted to make the math easy. Notice I got in at 213. This is in the simulator. I got in at 213 and my stop is at 193, which is 20 cents away. Because now the next thing is, okay, if you agree that you're going to have a stop somewhere, how many shares are you going to take? Well, again, the way I do it is I'm always risking about the same amount every trade. So, look out below. So it's not like I'm risking $100 one trade, 1,000 the next, 500 the next, 20 the next, okay? And let's face it, if you have a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I demonstrate risking $100 a trade. That's why I took 500 shares. Again, when you get into the trade, you have to know where you're going to get out. And so my entry was 213. I put my stop for demonstration purposes, 20 cents away to make the math easy. If I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. Okay. So that's the reasoning behind that. Okay. So again, you can practice. Our simulator is great. It uses our real-time data. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You don't even need a broker. Okay, it's using our real-time data. And you just click on the sim. So that's one aspect of it. Now the next aspect, which can be equally as difficult, is letting your ego get into the way. Okay, so if you agree with placing a stop, now I should point out one other thing. With like I place my stops based on what I see, okay, what I think could be a support level. If you're starting out, and Israel has suggested, maybe you should put your stop to practice with it at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. The reason you do that is that's a defined number. That's not kind of sizing up a chart and thinking, I wonder if that's support or is this support. The low of the previous 5-minute candle, that is a number. Okay, it's a definite number. There's no wondering about what that number is. So you could use that as your stop. Okay, that's why. But practice. So let's just say though, okay, you've put your stop in, you're all excited, you're in this trade, everything looked great, even starts to move up a little bit, and then whoops, all of a sudden it starts to move down. and it starts approaching your stop price, then you think, you know what, I can't believe I'm going to get stopped out. I just refuse to believe it. Everything about this looks so good. So you disobey your stop. So $100 loss, manageable, starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500. And then you finally exit the trade out of frustration and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. That's number one. Number two, almost as worse, is that, again, you don't obey your stop. You let yourself now, instead of that $100 manageable loss, turn it into $200, $300, $400, and then it does reverse, and now you're up to $300, and you're so happy that you didn't obey your stop. Can that happen? Of course it can. But in my opinion, if you want to last doing this, I know some are just doing it, a secondary income, but if you're trying to make a living doing this, you better have some really, really tight management control over your money. Okay. So that's my advice, is to obey your stop. You can always move on. You always just move on. And, the setup could happen again for the same stock. Maybe it was just a little bit early. Maybe the market was just, going against you. Maybe you got into a trade and yes, you watched the market go down all day. And then all of a sudden it was flattening out. You thought, okay, maybe it's time. And then all of a sudden the market puts in a big giant red bar. You can't help that. Okay. So you get out of the trade and you just move on. But again, you can practice in our simulator. I mean, it's, and if you can't make money in the simulator, don't start trading until you can make money in the simulator. If you're not using ours, use some kind of a simulator, because if you can't make money when there's no emotion involved, because remember, all of a sudden when your money's on the line, there is emotion, not obeying your stop, doing this, crazy things. Here, there's no emotion. If I don't like it, I just get out, flatten the trade. Oh, well, whatever. Now, the other thing is, the way I trade is that my stop is the absolute worst I want to do in the trade. I can always get out earlier, if I'm looking at the way the market's trading and looking at maybe the sector. Maybe I got into an oil trade and all of a sudden, I'm looking at XLE, and the energy sector is starting to move down. So I'm trading against the trend. So I can always get out before my absolute stop. That'll just, for me, comes with some experience perhaps. Does that always work? No. In that sometimes, it starts drifting towards my stop and then it pops right up. But I'll live with that. So again, my stop is the worst I want to do on the trade. You don't have to have, no. You don't. Okay, listen very carefully, everybody. To do simulated trading, paper trading, all you need is our standard service. Okay, standard service. Well, when you ask, is the simulator 24/7? You can do a pre-market and post-market trades, so it's not 24/7. It's as long as the market's open. So between 4 and 8, our data now is from 4 in the morning Eastern time to 8 Eastern. So you can practice in the simulator between 4 a.m. Eastern to 8 p.m. Eastern. You don't need our premium service. No, we don't scan for options, Rev. Nothing. We don't scan for. We're just stocks. Stocks. No forex, no futures, no options. Just stocks. So now this is. I'm pretty sure I'm going to still see this stupid bug, but you notice here it says my total I'm down $2 on this trade. You can see right there it says 212, 210. I'm in at 213, so I'm slightly under. The best I could have done in this trade so far, if I got out right at the top, would have been a $36 gain. Okay, I'm just showing you these columns because these columns can really help you, I believe, managing your exits or showing you how good are your exits. The problem is, am I going to get out of this trade? And I think it's going to show, It's not going to have the correct number. Okay, Rev, of course you can paper trade in the simulator. Of course. That's what it is. Of course. That's what a simulator is. It's a paper trader. I got a question in our YouTube room. So again, everybody listen carefully. Paper trading, simulation trading, the same thing, okay? And yes, all you need is our standard service, and you don't even need a broker. It doesn't matter who your broker is. It's using our real-time data. You can practice from 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern time, okay? Okay, Rev, I don't know if you're trolling me or not, because maybe you can't hear me. You cannot trade. No, we don't do options. Maybe you can't hear me. We only do stocks. There's no options, no Forex, no futures, no crypto, okay? We're just stocks. Maybe you didn't hear me, so I apologize if you didn't hear me, but it's just stocks, no options, no options. Well, I thought because I answered your question, you asked, can you practice options in the simulator earlier, and I said no, it's just stocks, but you probably didn't hear me then. Okay, so I do apologize, but I answered your question. You said, can you practice options in the simulator right there? And I said, no, just stocks, stocks, stocks. And then you asked again, can I practice, paper trading options in the simulator? So I thought, okay, like maybe you didn't hear me. Okay. Yeah, so you obviously didn't hear. Yeah, so I apologize. All we do is scan stocks. We don't scan anything else. No options, no Forex, no futures, no crypto. Okay, it's stocks, stocks, stocks. So the same thing in the simulator. You can't, that's all you can do in the simulator. So what I was going to try to show anyway, because I think there's still this bug here in the simulator. It's not in I don't think it is when you're connected. To get out of a trade right now, if I want to get out of this trade, I just have to hit this flatten button. Want to get out of half the trade, half, want to double my position. The problem is right now, okay, let's see what happens. This may double. So I'm going to flatten the trade. It's going to get out of the trade. See, I should be only down about $12. And see, it doubled it. And so there's a bit of a bug here. It's doubling. But what I would have liked to have seen, for instance, if you had seen the max P&L was something up at $500 or something when you were in the trade, and then you allowed it to go negative, obviously that's not a great way to manage your exits. And now the distance from the exit price is another column I like to have, because now this is going to tell me, okay, when you got out of the trade, where's the price? So obviously if you went long a stock and you got out, you'd love to see a big negative number, which would tell you, okay, great, I got out of that trade and it's really dropped from when I got out. Okay, it's just that we got this little stupid thing happening where it seems to double. Just a minute, please, guys. I'm going to do another trade here. I just want to see. Okay, I'm going to take the Xerox. I'm going to take 500 shares of Xerox. Trying to get to the bottom of this thing. Buy it at the market. Yeah, it's only a penny spread, so it's going to take the trade. Okay, so there it is at 708. There's the max P&L, total P&L. So at the entry, it hasn't moved really. I'm going to hide the zero positions. Just get this one up here. Give me a moment, please. Move one way or the other, Xerox. I'm just, this is maybe not a good one to demonstrate this. So let me. All right, this just showed up on Zach's scan, the BBAI, the bounce scan. However, I mean, the market is still moving down. Well, again, I'm just trying to demonstrate something for our trade ideas guys. So 850. I'm just going to take the trade. Okay, I'm going to buy it at the market. Now, I want to see a nice swing here. I want to see this max P&L get to a decent number, either negative or positive. Yeah, see how the Xerox, I mean, that's just not right. Okay, this should be an interesting one. Okay, now is that number right? Should be 55. Okay, that is about right. So I'm just going to take, I want to take a quick screenshot of this. Just give me a moment. And now it came right back. If I'd exited that trade at 824 and the 125 that it said, it probably would have doubled to about 250 loss. That's what I was trying to demonstrate. So I'm going to see if it goes down again. Here we go. Okay. This is just jumping around. This VBAI is just jumping around. I'm going to flatten this trade. Yeah, see, it's going to be a bad example. Nothing from the option scanner today, guys. Zero, which makes a little bit of sense with the market being down so. Now, Rev, in case you're wondering why I'm saying option scanner, I mean, what this is looking for are just stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Okay, we're not trading the options. It's just zeroing in on stocks that are having abnormal option activity. And then if I get something in here, I'll trade the stock. It's nothing to. Now, some option traders have told me that this can help them trade the options, but it's not scanning for options. It's just showing me stocks that are having an abnormal option day. So in other words, if a stock normally is traded 2,000 contracts over the last 10 days, and today is trading 6,000 three times, I will see it. That's my minimum. I want to see three times as an example. So it's just having an abnormal option activity day. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to give the developers some more examples. Okay, guys, you know what I should do is just take like 1,000 shares or something. That'll give me something that's moving quickly, though. All right, I'm going to take 2,000 shares of this in the simulator then. Oh, that's okay. Thank you, Omni, but that's okay. I just need to give them some screenshots. Man, and why am I taking these things that don't move? I thought maybe the VLAN might move a little bit. 2,000 shares. I just want to see a big, a big total P&L, either negative or positive. That's all I'm really trying to do. Okay, not too much is happening right now, guys. 1:48, so I'll be on the mic for another little over 2 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour. Ah, that's all right, guys. Not much happening for me right now in terms of movement, and but the SPY is still moving down a little bit. Just not getting too many new alerts. Ah, pink. What happened to pink? 26.59. Excuse me. Simply exchange traded funds. So this is on the, I don't know this one at all. What is this? Simplify exchange traded funds. All right. This just showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown, but I don't think I'll take a look at, I won't look at that one really. Okay, guys, what are we going to do now? Cruise into the close. Oh boy, the market is still drifting down now. Not 1,000 down yet, but who knows? But the last 2 days though. Let's take a look at the SPY on a monthly chart just to see what overall is happening here. I mean, we're still, we had 2 months, the 2 months previous, we're still down around that 400 mark. They touched it. So it hasn't completely collapsed yet. All right, so this did have a little bounce here, but the first, I'm talking about the BBAI, the first alert came at 8:51, the next one came at 8:38 from Zach Scan, but that cruised all the way down to 8 before it really bounced. So again, a little iffy, but hey, I mean but the market again is still inching its way down. Okay, I'm going to try to do it again with this one. I mean, it's a 5-cent spread, but what the heck? I just want to see what happens here. Electronic Arts is up, really. Is it an earnings play, EA? Oh, interesting. Game publisher Ubisoft drives buyout interest. So yeah, so maybe, and TTW. So the gamers, for whatever reason. Sony releasing a new PlayStation. That's way outside my demographic. There you go. Okay, thank you for that. For the in terms of the EA and the TTWO. All right, Pink. This is sort of interesting, I guess. I mean, it's on my 10-day daily breakdown. Where is the next low looking left? And that is 26.27. So it doesn't have that much room if those lows stall it. I don't think I've ever seen this one, Pink, before. Yeah, it's almost at yesterday's high, almost. 245. I guess argument to be made if it can take out 245. The next high looking left is 267. I mean, I don't know. Anything's possible, I guess, but 245 would be crucial. Then if you're looking for a 20-cent pop, maybe. Looks like there's a ton of resistance, that 267 area, 268, 259, 267. So right around here, it looks like there's a lot of resistance. So to the CYN. All right, well, this is sort of interesting. So what is this one? Yeah, the spread is a tough one right now on that BBAI. It just absolutely went crazy. Not a good example then. Only if that spread tightens up can I take a screenshot of this and then. KMPH, let's take a look at KMPH. KMPH. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's the same thing, Zach. I just look left. I just see this, all this here. I mean, anything can happen. 30 million in the float. So I just see all this stuff here. I mean, if it can get through that, yeah, I mean, it's got a shot to 5, I guess, but will it get through all this? Okay, well, we're at that level for CYN. So it's just above yesterday's high now. So again, the challenge will be to get through all this is between 255 and 260. Low float, 7.5 million in the float. Mm. 40 years of rising rates, 42 to 82. That's funny. Well, here's another one from Zach Scan on a potential bounce. But again, guys, you first. I mean, this is SGRY moving down. The market's moving down. Will we hit 1,000? Will we hit 1,000? It's not the headline you want to see over the weekend for people. The Dow down 1,000. People can mull that over the weekend. I know the Dow is not the greatest indicator, but that's what people, it's still being referred to. Okay, guys, there's nothing happening for me other than watching the market go down. So it's really not getting any new alerts either on the upside. Certainly nothing on the upside, nothing on the downside though either. So I'm just kind of biding my time right now. Take a look at one of our favorite memers, GME. I don't even know what it's doing. Oh yeah, okay. Well, the rest of the market. How's AMC doing? Probably dropping also. It should be really dropping because it's got that streaming component. A little pop up at the beginning of the day and then basically just moving. I should have mentioned this one. This one probably with Netflix. Netflix had the little pop at the beginning of the day and then dropped. You could have taken AMC and just watched Netflix doing virtually the same thing. Well, here it is again, the SGRY, and another alert on that bounce scan. So the first alert came in at 49.90, next at 49.73, now 49.51, continuing down. This is what I'm talking about, okay? Now, I mean, if the market, no, I can't tell when the market makers are playing games. No, I can't. I really can't. However, coming right into that 200-day moving average, can that hold it up? SGRY, guys, can that hold it up? 49.08, 49.28. So maybe can we get a bounce off that 200-day moving average? If it doesn't bounce off that, then you got to look left. And man, oh man, $41 is the next low looking left. $41 for SGRY. I mean, if the market just stopped going down, if it just stopped, even just paused, we might get some kind of a bounce out of this one. And to me, it looks like it's sort of at the bottom of some kind of a channel. There it is, though, 49.08, 49.08. But if it crashes through that, I mean, this would be one to watch next week. I mean, because when you look left, I mean, unless that's a little bottoming tail there. Okay, so there is a little one over here, 47.96. So let's call that 48. So maybe about $1 away to the next low, but after that, way down here at 41, and that is for the SGRY. Wow. For fun, let's take a look at our sectors. And there we go. As obvious, everything, not even utility. Sometimes you get a flight to the dividend bearing stocks, in times like this. Nothing is safe right now. Nothing. Look at the tech, XLK, the stocks that make up the tech sector. Everything, not even one is above yesterday's close. Pretty bleak. Well, it's still sitting right at that 200-day moving average area. There it is, 49.08. So, the absolute number is just a little bit below. And it keeps triggering. I mean, it keeps, there it started, 49.90, but it's dropped $1 since then, almost $1 since then. Now the VLON is making a little bit of a, well, there it goes now, guys. Now through that 200-day moving average, the surgery. I always used to call it sugary just for fun, but SGRY. Okay, as somewhat predicted, the CYN didn't have a chance to get through that 250 area, 250 to 260 area, right there. Not yet, anyway. Yeah. I almost don't feel like taking a short on this pink. It just keeps moving, inching its way down, penny by penny, but I'm going to stick to my guns on this. And well, William, I know you're you're short this SGRY. I don't know if you're going to add. There's the next low looking left. Maybe that stalls at 47.96. So it's about $1 away from the next low looking left on that daily chart. Shoot, I just should have shorted this as it took out that whole number and the 200-day moving average. Honestly, don't feel like doing anything right now. Well, of course, I look for shorts all day long. Perfect circle, even if the market's going up. I go long, short. I don't care what the market's doing. But I mean, if you were in the room before, I talked about the Corsair. Corsair to me was classic as a short, taking advantage of the market. It had the pop, yes, because of the projection of $22 price target by Wedbush, but they'd come out pre-market saying, we're guiding lower. We're having earnings on the 5th, but we're already going to prepare you guys. Well, I don't think they're going to be great. And then Wedbush comes out and puts a $22 price target on them. I looked at that and go, okay, fine. It was a great run, but the market is just selling, selling, selling. So for me, the break under 17 was critical, and then I got in around 1685 on the short. So that's what I look for in this particular one, as an example. Oh, I don't short the indices at all. So I only short stock. I don't short indices at all. So I can't tell you what I would look for. I much prefer shorting individual stocks or going long individual stocks. I can't remember the last time I actually shorted or went long an indice. Yeah, I know, but the market, we're in a terrible market sentiment right now. Perfect circle. With the interest rates rising, well, all sorts of things happening, but we're in a really, the market sentiment is just not great. So until that turns around, and I don't know when or if that's going to turn around anytime soon. But remember now, I'm an intraday trader predominantly, so I'm not, if you're asking me what I think is going to happen to the SPY next week, I have no idea. Well, good for you. It did bounce. That was a big bounce. 48.71 up to 49.43. Great. That was a good bounce. Now, can we find one other source, Zach, regarding that float? That's FinViz. Somebody want to go to Yahoo or another source? Because with these low floaters, sometimes you can go to 10 different websites and find. I'm not saying ours is right. I'm not trying to. Believe me, I don't defend our data provider and stuff like this, but some of these really low float situations, it's difficult to really know what the float is. So if you go to 10 different websites, you may find 10 different numbers. Now, if they're all around 10 million, one's at 9, one's at 11, one's at 10, 500,000 shares, of course, is certainly an outlier. So there's 14 million. So we've got 10 million, we've got 14 million. I would agree that 500,000 that's certainly an outlier, but still, 1410, there's a difference. Guys, we're actually having a bounce, a green candle. Look, green. And I'm looking at some stocks here. Even I'm seeing AMC bouncing. I'm seeing NFL, Netflix bouncing a bit. I'm seeing actually some little bounces here, which certainly. So you must have timed that very well, William. Taking advantage of that move right there on the SGRY. Yeah, let's have some insane move and go positive. Well, no, we know where we got the alert from, but you were obviously you took it. I mean, SGRY and many other stocks popped with the SPY. So 17 million, okay, so 17 million in total shares outstanding. Yeah, so the float is less, but how much less? I mean, that's the question. And that we're talking about the Sky H. All right, guys. Well, listen, I got about half an hour left on the mic. Good time to ask questions if you have any. I'm really not doing much right now. I don't intend to do really anything unless the market puts in a, well, look at this. So a big topping tail now on that 15-minute candle. The buyers tried. They tried. Okay. Thank you, Blue Collar. I'm going to pass that on. You're talking about Sky H, okay? Sky H. Okay, I've passed it on. I pass it on in terms of the float. Doesn't matter to me. Can't short it anyway. But congratulations, you, Zach. I think you probably are up. Excuse me. Oh, you didn't short it yet. Okay. You know, this was an excellent one. I did not take this short, unfortunately, but the CYH, I mentioned on a 970 break, and it's just been inching down all day long. CYH. I think Dak took it. If he's still in the room, I think he took it. Yeah, well, maybe our provider is correct then. Blue collar. 89,655. That's almost the entire float. And so in theory, if you subtracted all that, you maybe we do get 500,000. You mean less than 500,000? You think it's less than actually 500,000 in the float? Oh man, okay guys, well, 2:33, 27 more minutes on the mic as I'm drifting off. So one last talk about my homepage. Won't torture your guys any longer than I have to. All right, so you click on my homepage link, and of course, you'll find a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right here. If you're new, so I guess the next test drive, okay, I'm going to be able to put this in. So you can click right there for it. Let's get started. If you're new to Trade Ideas, please do this first. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 videos. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do at noon. All the education is here, including the user guide, big user guide. Here's that getting started again. The daily support. So Chris will be in our YouTube room at 3:30 to 4:30 today. All right, so I'll put the YouTube link in just before I do shut down the main room. And the daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. And the educational, not that. Back to basics. I should get rid of some of these now. Back to basics. This is the series that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together, all free. Starts off with what is a stock. And if you want my scans, here they are. Here are my scans right here. So lots of information on my homepage. Save the link. Then you can look at especially the education, my scans, and this let's get started. You can do this anytime you want just by saving my link. Yeah, yeah. Every little buying program has been just met with some more selling. Well, do I hear 1,000? Do I hear 1,000? It'll be an auctioneer, guys. We're at 800. Do I hear 850? Do I hear 850? I shouldn't joke like this. I mean, I know a lot of you have, what you call are they IRAs and things like that? So I shouldn't joke about stuff like this, I suppose, but hmm. Not at all, Elijah. I just trade what I see. Not at all. Oh man, and the Canada Goose, the goose. Oh, man, okay, what are you doing here? So has earnings on the 12th. Not that they're going to be anything stellar, I don't think. 21.34. Looks like 21.99. Is that right? No. 21.23 is the next low looking left, looks like. 21.23. Gosh, we're getting close to all-time lows for Canada Goose. Or is it popping up again? CYN? Hmm. I don't know what you see exactly, TV. I mean, I know it's popping a little bit, but well, this is definitely bucking the trend. KMPH, yeah, lots of volume coming in. Not a ton of volume overall. I mean, only 614,000, almost double normal, but it is definitely bucking the trend. I don't see any specific news. There was some news on the 20th. And of course, you're looking to short this. I know you're looking to short this, Zach. And wow, it's shortable. 260,000 shares for me at Interactive Brokers. It's actually shortable. So let's take a look left. I mean, you would think 5 may stall it. Let's take a look at the hot next highs looking left. 516, 507, 475. So we've got 507 and 516. So this little area, between 5 and 520, that could easily stall it. I don't see any specific news on it. I mean, I see some news on the 19th. Whoop-de-doo. Dozing phase 1 trial of STX. That was on the 19th. Today is the 20th or 22nd. All right, guys, again, 15 minutes left, and then I get myself off the mic. So any last minute questions for the week? Interesting next week for sure. There was only one in it, CLF. Vicky, CLF was the only one in it, and no. The eye is, of course, designed for longer for going long, not going short. So, yeah, there was nothing in it today, really. I mean, CLF was the only one. Probably at the beginning of the day, it didn't look too bad, and then boom. Can the market? Yeah, it can be worse. It can be better, or it could be neutral. My feeling is that they, quote unquote, they will not want this to be down 1,000 for that headline all weekend. That's well, we'll see. But of course, Vicky, remembering that these are, well, I don't even know when the first alert would have happened with CLF, but remember, these are designed for longer term holds. So it's certainly a no-go based on what they're designed for. These are not, I mean, you can do anything you want with them. You can day trade them if you want, as if the move is significant enough. But I mean, I just can't see swinging anything long right now. And I don't swing. I'm not a swing trader at the best of times, but I mean, right now, I don't know how anybody is swing trading. I'm looking at the swing trading thread. No, I was actually thinking about that one, as you know, 2 days ago, 3 days ago. This was awesome, for a while. But, obviously not out. I'm out of it now. Let's see if that holds the 200 day next week. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. But I'm not in it anymore. My big swing trade on it was probably maybe a little more than a day. All right, well, CYN is starting to inch its way up, but can it, is it going to stall again around that 255 mark? Still above yesterday's high. Sorry, it's still below yesterday's high, which was 245. All right, guys. So I think what I'll do now, I don't see any other questions coming in. I'm still here. I can hop on the mic. I think I will put myself on mute right now. Room will be open until 3:30.
Mr. Barry, are you ready for me? Well, ready or not, here I come.
I am. I was just downstairs.
It caught you by surprise.
Here I am. Yeah, you're early. 2:24. Thank you.
Send you off into the weekend a few minutes early.
Are you going to keep the Dow under 1,000?
Perfect. Sounds good.
Okay.
Hold that ship down.
Okay, have a great weekend.
All right, you too, Barry. Take care.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, everybody. Just getting settled in here. I forgot to turn on my noise canceling so you don't have to listen to all my crazy typing over here. All right. And of course, the noise canceling is not working. I don't know how the software works. All right. So, well, anyways, with all that said, light crowd today. Let me know any questions. Willow, how are you? Happy Friday. I was working with someone in a chat a moment ago. I had a question about SMA filters. If you are here, please let me know. NYNJ fan. Plaza, how are you? Yeah, I know Barry goes on mute at about 3:00. So, but I just always like to give him the heads up that I've taken over, that he has been relieved of duties for the day. So, and what a day and what a way to end the week. My goodness. Well, just more chop and slop and range and head fakes and bear trap, bull trap, bear trap, dead cat bounce, live cat bounce. Just really insane. So, not a whole lot going on for me today. Made one whole small trade. I don't even remember what stock it was, and to be honest, it was some Chinese stock. Oh, here we go. There's this one here. CD. I caught it above this break. I set a stop. It pulled back and got me out off of that, and that was the end of it. So I was watching this here early on, EURN. To see if that had anything for us today. Made this run up and a pullback, made a run up and this pullback, and thought, is it possible to see another move off of this? And obviously it was not. And for fun, this happened to pop up on one of my races earlier, which I did not even know this company went public. WeWork. So with all the drubbing that the overall market's taken today, WeWork is positive. Go figure. And again, I had no idea that this was even a publicly traded stock at this point. I just thought that they evaporated, essentially. So anyways, good times, good times. So sorry, just clicking around a few things here. So again, folks, fire some questions for me here. Anything. Let me pull up some charts and look at some stuff. We'll do maybe an around the horn on the ETFs. We've, we touch on them generally speaking, but we haven't done a full rundown of the list. But nothing here in these races. And it's funny, I've I've found less in these races now the last 6 weeks. The first couple of months of the year, they were really on fire. Then they're kind of wobbly back and forth. These two specific races here. And then, when we've got days that are kind of, sideways-ish or maybe sideways a little bit down, these two races here produced well for me. They're very similar. Just the difference is total shares traded. This one has a lot less and this one has more. But these two races the last few weeks really haven't been finding it. And what I'm seeing is, I pay more attention to these kind of early in the morning as I get busier with other support stuff. I pay less attention, but there hasn't been the moves in the lower float stocks. Not that these have a float filter on them, but I think the way that the races are designed in this, or the top list behind the races are designed, it's more conducive to lower float stocks making bigger moves, and we're just not really seeing it, to be honest. I messed around, made this top list today just for fun to see what was actually up today. So all I did with this was take really two filters. Had to trade 400,000 shares on the day and had to had to have a price above $5, and I sorted on change from close. And I just let it go. And I mean, these are the only two, tradable stocks here today, I'd say. And, you had to be quick on these, but this, very nice move off of that. Definitely tradable move. And same with Sky. And I'm not saying easily tradable. I'm just saying they were tradable. But everything else, this doesn't make a move till now coming into the close. I don't think too many people are interested in trading Cold or GNS or any of these here. A lot of these stocks are just, they weren't favorable. And a lot of them were gap up and fade for the rest of the day as well. So cute rally attempt. Oh, you mean on the SPY? Yeah, interesting. It's strange. So this was some of the stuff I had to work on today. There's several people, including Barry, that had some 15-minute wick up like this. I don't know what time exactly it was, but I never had that, and neither did several other people here. So I was, working on a report to say, hey, some people are seeing this, and why is that happening to some people and not others? And ship that off to the geniuses that really run the show here. I'm just a puppet that's out in front. And anyways, that's that. So some people have been seeing that on some, especially on some 1 minute charts. There's a user has said that, and it's hard because I'm not seeing it on my 1 minute charts like they were, trying to confirm their story and get extra screenshots because the dev team always wants lots of evidence when there's a bug. Wow, even my indicators stopped updating. I just noticed that. That's good. There's another bug. There we go. Now I got them updated. So, if you folks ever come across stuff like that, please send us a ticket. We want to make sure things are working correct. And, there are occasions, a group of users are affected, another group aren't. They're not often, but it does happen. So always send us PPORT@trade-ideas.com. Ship it out to us there. And always give us, if you're ever reporting anything you're seeing off, just as much details as you can. Screenshots are great, what time it happened, all the evidence. So BBBY. And then I see that in NVAX. Jack, give me 1 second. BBBY halted. Bring up, I closed Interactive Brokers because I had no intentions of trading. The market makers are always going to do that. So trying to log into IB real quick here to see. If there's any news. And my noise canceling still not working. Strange. All right, that was strange. It just muted me. All right, so just waiting for my trader workstation to load, and I'll bring up Bed Bath & Beyond. But so I was saying NVAX was a virus play, and essentially the virus is over. And that's not to say people aren't getting sick or it isn't serious or anything like that. But nobody's seeing those numbers. The people that I know that work in hospitals and patient placement and capacity and all that, basically it's all it's all kind of very manageable, and people are not getting sick as they were before, and the treatments are all better, and I think they have a better handle on how to handle these things and so on and so forth. And so this was it. This was all about a vaccine here for something that's kind of fading, and that's the end of it. So I would say this too. You can call that a complex Head and Shoulders, and it's done exactly that. And if this is the necktie, you have a distance of here to here. Double that is usually what your target's going to be, and so you'd be still falling a lot if you're going to play it off of a complex Head and Shoulders like that. That's what I see there. And that's it. You're tied to news and all that, and you're going to have a boatload of people that are going to continue to probably short this thing. It's probably easy money on the short side for a lot of these people. And outside of them coming up with some miracle drug or something like that, that's it. I think you're just going to have a bleed, and that'll be the end of NVAX. So, and the other thing too is buy smiley faces, not frowny faces. That's a frowny face. All right. We want to look for smiley faces. Let's see if there's anything I can even find that's a smiley face. Well, no, I don't have the right scan up for it, but we can come back to that again in a few minutes. So, all right, Bed Bath & Beyond. Bed Bath & Beyond. Couldn't find the tinfoil hat gift. All right. Drawn interest from buyers, including. Sorry, trying to pull up the news. Here we go. So Bed Bath & Beyond shares spiked 10%. Companies Buy Baby has drawn interest from buyers, including Ceres and a SPAC chaired by former CEO of Casper Sleep. So just garbage passing to garbage, I guess. I mean, Casper's, I don't think that stock ever did anything, right? So that's it. It's resumed again trading, and that's that. So fun. And so you can see here the not a bad spread on it, but that thing is whippy as heck right now, and certainly won't be catching any bids from me on it. So, all right, I was trying to work with someone earlier in our chat. I guess they have departed, unfortunately. I wanted to show them. They're asking something about SMAs and filters, and wanted to demonstrate that for them, but we shall press on. So yeah, we were looking at this here. Anything that gapped up like this really faded for most of the day. Yeah, really nothing. NEGG, fade off of these moves from way back when. I don't think there's anything there. And we can adjust this really fast. This is what I do like about topless. And change that sort to change from open. And let's see now. I'm going to shake things up quite a bit. So there's not a whole lot that's up based on any of this. This was one initial move here, and then a second move that gave it up here. This one's grinding higher on the day. Interesting to look at, but nothing I'm overly interested in. Not crazy when you see stocks doing that. I figure it's got to bounce at some point, but this thing is making all-time lows, and it's a newer issue, research and development biotech, so definitely nothing that I'd be interested in the swing trade, that's for sure. But we look at charts anyways. And again, we're seeing a lot of inverse ETFs all through here. And bio, not exactly a liquid stock and not exactly a big mover. So, as we can see, there's just not a whole lot of anything up, even with this rally here at the end. Hi, Max. I haven't seen that in a while. We had that run back at the end of last year. We could just never get above those levels right there. And rejected, rejected, rejected. It seems like that's back to where it came from a couple of years ago. I'm guessing this is COVID crash here, but it's not like a crash that far, to be honest. So let's see, PSQ, I think it's another short fund. No, because they have a decay rate and whatever they the price resets essentially. It's a decay rate and price reset. Like for example, the VXX. This thing's going to show a lifetime high of 315, but it never really was at 315. If you look at it, it's always in a downtrend no matter what, because they reset the price decay on it. Obviously this is what happened, with COVID, but this isn't, this gets reset. This consistently gets reset. So you can't, these are not tools to to swing trade. And they're also exchange traded notes, some of these, not ETFs. So pay attention to that because they're, much different. An exchange traded note is essentially a bond that has no security backing, because it's not made from an it's not made from a company or corporation. It's made from a bank, essentially creates debt or sells debt, essentially, that it doesn't even have. How some of this stuff works or why it's allowed to happen, I don't know. Kind of ridiculous, but it is what it is. So these are, more day trading vehicles. Maybe a day hold or something like that, I guess. I saw something interesting for a second. Sometimes these all blend together. But no, look, inverse ETF. Inverse ETF. I think that's an inverse ETF. Oh, no. I don't know what this is. Oh, commercial banking. Interesting. That's inverse. That's inverse. More inverse. More inverse. What that is, but certainly nothing that's interesting at all. Renew Energy Global. Yeah, I don't think so. Xerox. Just amazing. These downtrends, so many downtrends right now. I mean, what a crash, and just never recover off of that. So nobody's using photocopy machines anymore. Socks S. I looked at, so let's take a look at the sectors here. So obviously we just looked at that. And again, there's no technical analysis to be done on inverse ETFs like this. And the shippers, you know, we remain in this range. It's funny, you know, you look at one part of a market and it's just a stagnant market. You look at another part of the market and it's absolutely a bear market. And that's really it. You don't have any, I don't know if there's any real bulls in the market. Materials, you know, there's a bull market in materials. And some metals and mining, but not precious metals and mining necessarily. You know, K-Web, again, just this thing can't get out of its own way. And again, you know, another head fake. This is a head fake similar to yesterday. Gapped up, moved up, and just gave it up hard after that. Whoops. It's on a highlighter instead of my pen. There we go. Gave it up hard after that. So K-Web just remains in this terrible downtrend easily. Same with the FXI. No different on the FXI. I mean, that even looks worse to me than the K-Web does, to be honest. Solar, you know, nothing going for solar at all. We thought, you know, I thought, using the royal we, of course, perhaps, you know, towards the end of last year, you know, the middle of the fall, I should say, you know, it looked like, oh, are we going to break out of this range? Because we were in this range for so, you know, after we made this big move down, in this kind of range for so long, right there. And I thought, all right, we popped back out of that range and came right back down, crashed right through it. And looks like we're headed lower again. So I guess investors are not a believer in solar energy for the time being. This is shifting around on me. There's your 20-year bond market doesn't look so great. Emerging markets, you know, this is going to be hurt by China, but all the same, there's nothing going on in emerging markets overall. I just did TAN. There's gold trust, you know, and even gold. I mean, yes, it made that run and, you know, pulled back, but it's not like it exploded. Not as much as, you know, so many people would think, but certainly outperforming compared to the rest of the market, that's for sure. You know, trying to pull up a bigger picture here. You know, smiley faces, so might be a good idea to keep an eye on that. Especially after this pullback and holding this kind of significant area right there. So, you know, exploded through it, came down, came back up, came down, came back up, testing it again. You know, the more touches we make, the more significant it is, and probably more the significant the break will be either way, whether it breaks up or breaks down. So, you know, keep an eye on gold stocks. I'd say, you know, the few bright spots that we can try to find going through these sectors here. And again, while I'm going through these sectors, if anybody has any questions or they want to fire anything away, you know, they want to take this a different direction, by all means, please do so. Your consumer staples, you know, this is, I think, an inflation bet or an inflation play overall here. You know, we've really seen it take off since those, you know, first set of CPI numbers came out and all that. So that looks okay to be strong there, but finding items to trade in this basket here, that's the trick. All right. XLU, that's your utilities. And again, you know, you're not setting the world on fire with some of the stocks that are coming through here, but it's a strong sector. And I think one of the reasons it's a strong sector is a beautiful bull flag that this exploded out of. You'd start to argue that another one's happening here, although today's price action is starting to break that theory. Also, you know, when we're doing, you know, CMT technical stuff here, bull flag has a measured target of the original flagpole, and I'd say that that is pretty right on right there for those two flagpoles for target. So that's pretty outstanding, actually. With that said, you know, again, you got to pick and choose your utility stocks here. All right. A lot of electric power distribution stocks have been doing well. Obviously, there's, nothing's really escaped the last 2 days. But, over the last few weeks in this chop, you're finding some, some interesting stuff in here. I don't personally know any news from it. I don't look at news though. I do everything I can to avoid the news. I mean, and literally everything. But let's pull it up. So when did this start? It started around the 13th. So I'm just going to scroll back. So it looks like Kramer pitched it on the 13th. Trade higher after Jim Cramer mentioned it. That's all I can find for. They declared a cash dividend on the 13th. There's this. I don't know if this really relates to it or not, though. So on the 17th, we have good return to risk trade off in the next 3 to 5 years, indicated by a green light. Equity in terms of near months. Economy expected to be favorable for high peak. Economy factors. Blah blah blah. This is just an analyst report. I mean, it's not anything that major, but perhaps, I guess pile on. First off, people trying to find strength. So you find, an energy company, energy and utilities have been strong. Kramer makes a mention of it. People go chasing it. Then there's that favorable outlook. People continue to chase it and just continue to pile on because where else is everybody going right now? So kind of a pile on factor there. Yeah, happy to check. Kind of a pile on factor that's going on there. People still want to make money to the long side, and when there's only, 3 shops to make that money, everybody's going to kind of pile in on that, I suppose, is what I'd go with. So let's see, we made our way to this XLU, MJ. And again, I can't even tell you how many people were like, get ready, pot stocks are going. I said, okay, but why don't we confirm this trend? That looks like a pretty confirmed downtrend. That doesn't just break overnight, and it didn't. It never lost that downtrend. Never lost it. Not even close, as a matter of fact. And we can draw a pretty awesome trend line here. That not really turn out the way I wanted it, but anyways. I mean, we never, never really broke that trend. Broke it for a day, literally a day, and then it gave it right back up. So again, I maintain I just don't understand if there can be any viable business there for now. Unless something fundamentally changes with all that. We got a big shuffle going on here now. I can see, things are moving up and down the list quite a bit here. So let's circle back on some stuff that popped away from us. You got this ETF on super dividend. All right, not very bullish there, even, to be honest. This big crash, trying to come back and just getting tired like everything else. Cloud computing, I think that looks pretty awful, right? Yeah. Another, just a downtrend after downtrend. A lot of these sectors are without a question in bear markets now. A couple of months ago, they were in a correction. Now we're in a bear market. We covered GLD. We got all those. XLP, we touched on that. It's your real estate. Oh no, it's consumer staples as well. Sorry, II real estate. So consumer staples here and there look good. There goes my top list for whatever reason. Always fun to have that happen. Wow, Dow down Down quite a bit here. Trying to keep it under 1,000. So I'm looking at here is this on my menu bar. I don't know if that's gonna, nope, that doesn't do what I wanted it to do at all. There we go, topless is back. Let's see. So P, consumer steel, IYK, IB, XIB again, Biotex, just that's sorry, perfect circle. Never mean to pile on you. I know you like your bios, but someday they got to come back someday, but this ain't the day. This is real estate here. The chart still looks good, but took a drubbing the last couple days. It looked like it was ready to break out of this right here. Had that gap. It looked like it was going to be a breakaway gap, but just hasn't been able to do it out of this trend that was going on there, that short-term trend. So the long-term trend, still looks up on the long-term trend, but we'll see. The tape starts to get more and more bearish as we go, head into mid-late spring, moving towards summer. So there's our real estate. And again, it's very similar to what we just looked at in the XLRE. All right. Overall nice long trend here. That trend continues up, took a beating. I know that mortgage rates, I think, are now at the highest they've been in half a decade or something like that. So we'll see. Your regional banking, that was, while it wasn't setting the world on fire, move up, a consolidation, a move up, consolidation on a pullback, and a move up. And after that, it's been game over ever since, in correction territory here. And I think that's going to be all banking. Is going to look very similar to that clean energy. Nobody believes in clean energy according to that chart. And Andy is sending someone on over for a demonstration of something. Waiting to see what that's going to be. Take a look. Keep coming down. Pharmaceuticals. So again, pharmaceuticals, kind of at the mercy of headlines with pharmaceuticals and things like that. And I think, we've got less sick people currently than we did for the last couple of years. So that's going to affect the overall thing. But I think it's hard to find a defined trend in this. I think everything in pharmaceuticals is always going to be short-term trends to play off of. A lot of news and things like that. So, if we wind this chart back, I think that's pretty clear. Everything shot out of COVID like a cannon. But if we get back behind COVID, we can see here. There's a downtrend and an up move. And if we got rid of COVID, then there was an up move and a down move and an up move and a down move, like everything getting choppy. So there we go. So let's see here. We continue to press on. So the market closes, and there goes that rally. I just noticed this over here, like compare count windows. So that whatever, there wasn't even a rally here on the large caps at all, to be honest. There's nothing there. There's a little blip up here on the small caps, on the smaller caps, but look at that spike. I'd get ready, next week, and now everybody's going to get bearish, and then next week we'll be up. Watch, it's just kind of how it works. Well, I don't. I'm even, I guess technically I'm a bull at heart. I don't think I'm really a bear or a bull at heart, either one. What are the charts saying? And the charts start to confirm more and more lows, more pain. So you hit the SPY real fast. That's a pretty big deal, what just happened these last 2 days. And we're doing it on a little more volume on Friday, which is not normal, to be honest, and it really, really piling on right here at the end. That's a massive sell candle coming in here, right there. We haven't seen, we're taking out volume levels from all week long. If we start to drill in a little bit here, these sell days are starting to really add up compared to this volume when it's coming up and creeping up, all right, on the upside. A lot more bigger red candles than bigger green candles overall. I can, but the problem is it's attached to a symbols list I've created there, Omni. So email me and I'll give you that symbols list, all right? If you email me right now, I will ship it right back to you. So email me at support@trade-ideas.com. Let me put that in here somewhere. Guess I'll have to retype it. So email me there. Anybody that wants that list, email me now and I'll start emailing it right back to you. All right. And all you're going to do after that is you're going to take a top list. All right. You're going to have a completely blank top list. And look, see, I've got no filters in here whatsoever. All I'm doing is sorting on change from close and have this only the following list, my sector analysis list. That is it. So that's all you're going to do. You're going to open a new top list. You're gonna take the list of stocks that I've given you or the list of ETFs that I've given you or about to give you, and that's it. And as well, here's a video I did on exactly what you're asking for a reference for anybody that wants. And this is, how to create any kind of watch list essentially with the top list. All right, and then sorry, Peter, I don't know how I missed your question before. Hopefully you're here still. I don't know how I missed that, Peter. I do apologize. I see that now. That evening scan one, I'm just trying to find stocks that are trying to trend up on the day, that didn't exist today. That's all there is. High peak, that's essentially it. But this kind of spiked more than anything else. But the idea behind the scan is looking for stocks that are in an uptrend over 20 days. Get rid of all the drawings. Stocks that are in an uptrend over 20 days and then in an uptrend today with a little bit of volume. That's it. So just trying to capture that and trying to find things that aren't, haven't made too far of a move or too fast. High peak, busting out of this move here. If I was trading today, that would have been a good move to follow and find. That's what I'm trying to find is stuff like this right here. Excuse me, just typing out a response here to something. All right. So, and again, I'm big about capturing the trend. A trend within a trend. That's what I want. Is powerful. You got something like high peak here. Now this was already in a long-term uptrend, actually. All right, it was a nice long-term uptrend. All right, then it exploded out of this, and it's hard to go chasing stuff like that. But on a day trade, on that 5-minute chart, that looks good right there. Looks real nice there. Plenty of liquidity in it. All that stuff like that. So that's what I'm trying to do with that. And this is showing me how things are moving based on change from the open. That's the other part too. So all right. So all right, I see some of those emails coming in. So all I'm doing is this. I'm going to come here to my symbols list, all right, to start sending back emails to those that came in, symbols list. Sector analysis. You want to make sure your top list can hold at least 71 because that's how many symbols I've got in here. All right, so I'm copying this just like this, copy, and I'm going to ship that right back off to you. So it's shipping off. And there goes one. Let's see who else. And all right, here comes another for you. There goes that email. Oh. So there we go. We got that for you. So that's shipped off to you folks that sent me the email, a couple of you so far. And again, anybody else that wants it, email that, what I share there, support@trade-ideas.com. And then all you're gonna do is this. I'll walk you through it. You go new, top list. All right. Now I've set up my default top list to look like this specifically. So it's just these columns and that's it. There's nothing else in my default top list. All right. And I set up my default top list to do this. So essentially what I did is I opened a new top list one time and I set up the columns and the sort exactly the way I wanted. I pressed OK and I named it default top list also. So in the configure, after I set up how I wanted all my top list to open when I open a new top list, I named it default top list, all this like this. And I pressed OK and I went right click, save as default. And now every time I open a top list, it opens like that. And now I'm going to turn it into the sector analysis list. So I would have, I'd come to tools and symbols list and I'd, create a new list and then I'd call it, whatever you want to call it, sector analysis or anything like that. And after you've done that, click refresh from server once you set up that list and you'll come to the blank top list that you've got going on here and you'll right click, come back into configure and you'll go to symbols lists and you go add existing list and you'll find that sector analysis list that you just created. Click on that and then you're going to put a check mark in it and make sure that this switches to only the following lists here. So a few different options of that. So only the following lists and you're going to press OK. And that's it. You'll have this, that same list. One hint, because some of these trade on the BATS exchange. You have to enable the BATS exchange. I completely forgot about that. So see, notice how B-Dry is the top one here, not VXX, all right? So right click and configure exchanges and make sure you enable the BATS, B-A-T-S, press OK, and now you'll see a change right here and you'll see VXX pop up on here. And live during market hours only. And that's it. The gradient's a little different. I'm not sure why my gradient's different. All the percentages match up across the board though. We can change that in the colors if we wanted. Come here. I see what it is. So this is the color scheme like that. -10 being the dark red, and this is going to have, what do you got for color scheme? Whoops, not collaborate. Properties, color, -3. So that's the difference here. Anyways, that's that in a nutshell. All right. So again, I'll keep an eye on the email box here. I don't see anybody else hasn't sent in an email for that list yet. So that's that. That's the short and skinny of that. Let me know if there's any other questions on creating that ETF list. So anyways, we'll continue to pile down here. Got a few minutes for a vamoose for the weekend. So we looked at IYR, we looked at all this stuff, clean energy we talked about. Nobody believes in clean energy according to money-wise anyways. Those regional banks. Software services, same thing, looks ugly. I mean, everything is either in a correction or a bear market currently. We did pharmaceuticals, jets, and this is not a correction. Is this a correction? No, I wouldn't call that a correction. Kind of odd though how the jets work. Still overall downtrend based on, coming out of COVID. So the jets don't look good. We did the pot stocks. Silver still just can't really get going. Regional banks, again, same thing we talked about. They made a move up, consolidate, and a move down, consolidate, and a move up, and consolidate down, and a move up, and that's it. Headed towards correction ever since then. Lithium, you know, outside of Tesla, EV stocks aren't overall healthy. They have their pops, but that's it. You know, nice move up, move down, nice move up, and back down again. A lot of Elliott wave. All of a sudden, after doing all this Elliott wave study, I see it everywhere now. Transportations, they don't look great. Semiconductors continue with the pain. OIH, you know, energy has been one of the few bright spots overall, but again, everything taking it, you know, everything taking it down this week. Again, semiconductors looks no different than the SOXX. Oil again, you know, strong, real nice strong trend overall. But we'll see, you know, do we do that next week? Is there a big slowdown coming or a bigger slowdown than what's happened? You know, we'll continue to see as the data gets digested. IBB, again, your biotechs look terrible. Communication services look really terrible. Energy, again, we're still strong in energy. So, you know, few spots, if we've noticed so far, consumer staples, energy, and real estate. And, you know, real estate, you know, could be suspect, you know, could be suspect at this point. Again, oil, we're pretty set on oil where we're at. Again, energy, we're pretty set where we're at. Your industrials, still, you know, long time range, and you know, we're starting to, you know, test the lower ends of these ranges now, pointing towards a lower move overall. And, you know, the exercise of going over all of this is to, you know, to look at the health of the overall market. I think there are a lot more people that want to swing trade than day trade overall. I think people, you know, I'd like to believe people want to be more realistic that swing trading is a more viable option. Not everybody has time to sit in front of a computer to day trade all day. You know, the majority of folks don't, but they still want to participate, and you know, they want to do something outside their 401ks or their IRAs or any, you know, anything like that. And so what we're seeing here is, you know, as far as someone like me, you know, I'd rather swing trade as well. And we're not seeing much in the swing trading division. You know, we're seeing just literally a couple of sectors since the beginning of the year. And even those sectors on the down days, they're getting, you know, beat up pretty bad. Again, here's our banking, more regional banking or banking in general. And again, you know, this one doesn't even look as nice as the other ones do overall. It makes a great move up. All right. We're in this range here, makes a slight move up just to barely take out the top of this range here, right? Pops back down, pops back out, back in this here. So no one's leading, you know, and any moves up are being sold right away, you know, even at the end when things were making all-time highs, you know, this makes an all-time high and nobody wants to participate at that all-time high, right back down. Makes an all-time high, nobody's been participating since then. All right. So, you know, talked about for a long time the bull market that we'd been in since, you know, the end of, it's the middle of 2010, end of 2009. For a long time, it was the most hated bull market of all time. You know, as soon as the sell-offs were being bought, the buy-ins were being sold. You know, not hanging out at all-time highs for a long time for a lot of these things. IWM continues to look more and more sick. You know, we can see this range that happened for so long, and now we've got this range that's, you know, happening down here, and that looks like it's ready to come back down to that 180 level, 5 or 2. If I were to be a betting man, that's you know, not a safe bet, obviously there are none, but definitely test this level here, and if we test that level, I'd say we're headed back down towards this 180 level. That's your small caps, and that's where a lot of people want to be. They don't realize that, especially in the day trading world or the swing trading world. Qs look real sick. I discussed, I think I've mentioned several times in the last few of these here, that we look like we're headed back down to this 316 level. I think that can easily happen on Monday, to be honest. I don't think there's any question that can happen on Monday. More communication. We talked about communication up here before. Looks really bad. Looks just as bad here. Your mid-cap trust. This is going to be your evenly weighted mid-cap trust. And again, here is us. Here's us, popping up to those all-time highs there. All right. And we got stuck in this range after we did that. All right. We popped out here for a hot second, and that's it. All right. Couldn't get back through that level again. And we look like we're headed to the bottom of this range again. Yeah, Peter. You know what it is? I got this, trying out this noise canceling software here. So it's, I think it drowns her out now. But I want to use it because, and I want to become efficient with it, for other things that I do. And I can't have, someone's cutting the lawn outside or leaf blowing or whatever, helicopters flying by. I want to try to drown that sound out. So it doesn't discriminate. It picks up my voice and nothing else. Autonomous driving, I think it's kind of ridiculous. I think we're so far away from that personally still. I know it'll be one of those things where everybody will think we're so far away from it, and then one day we'll just have it. But I have not seen one thing to say we're anywhere near that currently as far as this goes. And I think the chart continues to confirm that story. I think there's a lot of euphoria and, news headlines and tweets, and people get bullish based on that. And there's no real evidence that we're anywhere near robots driving us anywhere. Good to know. Good to know it works well. I can't, I have no way to know, to be honest. I guess I'd go back and listen to these. Now it's so funny because the Qs and the SPY all look so bad, and the diamonds just don't look nearly as bad as those do, and not to say they look good. They just, when you put things in perspective, here's here's all-time highs, and here's a level we broke out of. I think that was a big breakout level. And why is that a big breakout level? Well, look at this move that took us up into that. All right. And then we kept moving. We tested and we tested and we tested and come back up and we test it. We could even say that, this was more an accurate range down here. Come on. We can even say this is more of an accurate range here. And these are the anomalies. And again, want to find head and shoulders in here. Shoulder, head, shoulder. The problem is, I guess we could start to call that a complex head and shoulder again. Generally speaking, though, complex head and shoulders will work the opposite. The complex should be on the left side, not the right side. So, that's just too many of those. But all the same, it doesn't have to be a defined pattern other than that's not a smiley face. And that's just as simple as that. So, and I know someone was in a chat with Andy a few minutes ago, something about a scan wasn't working pre-market. I was waiting to hear from you on the chat panel that you were here for me to go over some things about, scanning pre-market. So if you're here before I wrap up in the next couple of minutes, please let me know. I always want to try to get people squared away. All right, now it's just furiously typing. I'm guessing you folks can't hear that. RSP, again, your S&P 500 equal weighted, another frowny face look that just happened to work like that. Again, this doesn't look as bad as the rest of the market, There's all-time highs, and here's where we are, so it's not that bad. But again, that's what happens with equal weighted versus cap weighted. It cuts both ways. Sometimes the cap weighted gets drugged down because 2 or 3 really large cap stocks have a bad day while the rest are doing okay. But then when you have a bunch of, no name stocks with no real volume and no real cap weighting to them whatsoever, staying flat or not really getting hurt, this index gets propped up by those on the reverse side of it. So I'd say that, the truth is always somewhere in the middle. And I think this, now makes it look less bearish than it is. And, I think we've got, a fairly bearish tape coming on, especially this past week. So, we'll see with that there. Home builders, they look terrible. They look really terrible. And, we did the SPY and one last look at the SPY. I think 420 is on deck pretty easily. I didn't even realize, wow, in the after hours, we really moved down in the after hours too. Bring up, where are you? Post market. Here we go. Put the post market data on, and we can see we continue to sell off in the post market here. Yeah, not good for the bulls. And information. So again, I think we've got a pretty clear theme, and as we move down into these really red ones here, we can see it over and over again. A lot of these look very similar with these kind of complex head and shoulders. And the way we measure is, you measure from the neck if you're looking for a target width. That wasn't a great line there. So the way a head and shoulders works is this, you got to come from up, all right, to make the move down, all right. And we measure from the top of the head to the neckline. So it's about the neckline. So we'd be looking at a distance of this is what I would say. And so we've got, a little ways to go here off of where we are right now. That's generally how targets are measured off of head and shoulders. Not generally. That's how you measure a target. They're not infallible. It's not like it's you don't say, well, there's head and shoulders, so this has got to be the target. This is what you look for a target, and then a reassessment of that trend afterwards. No, there's no other channel. Basically, it's this one channel. When I run the Zoom ones on Tuesdays and Thursdays, I start a separate live stream from Barry, and he just kills his live stream, and then there's mine. But they're done with what's called different keys, because technically we can run 2 streams at the same time. But I can't, because I'm broadcasting from Zoom on Tuesdays and Thursdays, I can't take over that stream from Barry. I have to start a different one. So that's all. But no, it's all the same. Andy was in a chat with someone. We have a chat function where people can come in during the day and pop some questions into us that way. But it's not talking, it's typing chat. And someone was in there and wanted some help, something they were struggling with the pre-market data on the charts and scans. And Andy was sending them over to me to kind of, show a few things about filters and things that don't work in the pre-market, but they never made it over to me for whatever reason. Let's see, Neil, based on current market conditions, it's still possible to be consistently profitable with swing trades. Consistently profitable. Well, what I would say is you have to change your expectations. So your swing trades that may have used to work for 3, 4, 5 days, maybe now they work for, 24 hours, if that even. The other thing too is, now instead of, you might have seen, 1, 2, 3, 4 point moves. Now you're seeing a half a point and a half moves. Like a great example is going to be a lot of natural gas and oil stocks. All right. So here's T10. This is something I've been in and out of a ton. All right. And, you had a couple of day move here and then gave it up, and then a couple of day move and then give it up, and kind of chopped around, and it wasn't much. And then a nice move and it gave it up. And so while, yes, the trend overall is up, you're either looking at a really tough, really strong stomach to sit in with some of these move up and a move down and a move up and a move down and a move up and a move down like that. And now you're talking a few months here. All right. You're talking several months here. All right. Or you're looking at 1 and 2 day moves and you're right back out. So, it's an overnight hold and possibly selling somewhere shortly after the open. And the only place you're finding it is in consumer staples, which there isn't a ton of stocks to play off of, in all honesty, out of that, and energy. And that's really it. some real estates, but again, REITs and real estates, like let's say, for example, IRT, is it IRT? Here, you're not setting the world on fire with this stuff. You got these, moves that take a month or more to go just a few points. All right. And so, again, there's a nice little short-term trend here, but, we're talking about, the beginning of, the middle-ish of March into the middle-ish of April, to go from 25 to 28. All right. So can you stomach these moves? And that's what becomes different, trading that plan and having different expectations than what was working before. So that's what I would say, Neil, as far as that goes. What gives me the confidence? The overall trend and the fact that natural gas is really bullish overall. But it's finding the stocks within natural gas that I like. But I mean, this thing, made this move up, pull back, made a move up, never gave it back up after that, and absolutely exploded. And as long as natural gas was moving up, P10 was looking pretty good. There it is again. Not too different on my drawings between those charts, but this has oil and gas in it. And I think, more people are coming wise to the fact that we still need natural gas. We need oil, it's not a comment on whether we should or shouldn't, but you'll find people very quickly suddenly turn from we're saving the planet, we're doing all these things, to they get uncomfortable and they're like, well, let's pump the brake on some of this stuff. And, there's no greater equalizer in data and sentiment in people versus what they're willing to say on their social media accounts and what signs they're willing to hold around their towns and protest versus what they're doing with their money. And in the end, it's all that matters. Everything is centered around money at the end. You have your few, your few do-gooders that are willing to live uncomfortable and all those things like that, but the majority are not. It's just that simple. And especially, when you're used to something and you become comfortable, turning that off. My equalizer to a lot of it is, people that, turn your car off and, don't drive less and do all these things. Okay, well, everybody take cold showers then. You really want to save the planet, everybody? Take cold showers. Nobody take hot showers anymore. See how much energy that we stop, how much carbon we stop putting into the air and all those things like that. A cold shower is a very simple thing to do. It's actually much healthier for your immune system, your hair, your nails. There's zero downside. It's better for cardiovascular. There is zero downsides to a cold shower. And there are tons of downsides to a hot shower, actually. It's terrible for your skin, strips your hair of your natural oils. It doesn't help your immune system. It ages you faster. There's no benefits to a hot shower, actually, none health-wise. And it's bad for the environment. But how many people are willing to step up there and take only cold showers? My bet is 1 out of 10 people, and probably 3 out of 100 or something like that. And so, when it comes to these things, it goes back to, everybody put your money where your mouth is. And this is the chart right here. Here's your clean energy fund. All right. There's your clean energy fund. And here's your exploring natural gas fund. All right. Getting more natural gas. You tell me where people are putting their money. So, that's where it comes, me wanting to play those trends. That trend in that XOP is pretty defined. And let's end on this here for the day. They just realized what time it was. Look at that weekly chart of the XOP coming out of, here we are. Let's get clean energy and we're going to kill fossil fuels and everything like that. And then COVID happens and really takes us out. And then everybody goes, whoa, Nelly, hold on a second. Life's a little uncomfortable while we're doing all those things like that. And so look at that XOP chart now. All right. Coming out of COVID. That's a beautiful, beautiful trend. All right. And now let's look at this chart here. Complete inverse of that chart. we're going to save the world. We're getting rid of fossil fuels. We're, solar and everything. And then all of a sudden people are putting solar panels on their houses and realizing solar panel got, broken by a branch. This solar cell doesn't work anymore. Wait, I paid this much money and I already have to replace half of it now. Finding out that wind farms, they can't turn them on half the time. And there's no storage for the extra energy. Where do you put it? There's no batteries that can hold any of that stuff coming out of there. And so all of a sudden people realize, while it's a great idea, we do not have the technology or the means to make any of this work right now. Now, I'm of the mindset that we should get that technology because the wind just blows and it would be nice to be able to use that wind blowing. The sun just shines. It would be nice to be able to use that instead of drilling in and oil spills and all these things that happen. So this isn't a moral argument on one side or the other. This is simply what we're capable of doing. Why we're capable of doing things certain ways, that those arguments can be made that, a lot of these energy companies hold the key to most of it, as a matter of fact. A lot of these technologies, and yes, there's new up and coming technologies and new companies. Getting people to invest their money in them is not easy. And we see that all the big pullbacks on the long-term trends for fossil fuels and, the old guard of energy are being bought right up right now. And we can see that, this very new technology, nobody has bought this dip in it. There's that dip. That's a dead cat bounce right there if I ever saw one. And then it bounced. There's your second dead cat bounce. And here we go back down again. And so while absolutely, do I think we should try to use solar? Absolutely, I think we should. But it's not practical for the average Tom and Mary and Sue and Tina to throw solar panels on their house and put energy back into the grid. The technology does not exist like people will make you believe it does. These huge solar fields that are all over the world and all these places, all of a sudden a tornado rolls through, a sandstorm rolls through. For whatever reason, separation happens in these solar panels and condensation gets in them. And then all of a sudden you just spent 15, 20, 30, $50 million to put these things up. And then all of a sudden in a year, they need $5 million worth of maintenance. They didn't even produce $5 million worth of energy so it just can't work like that. That's all there is to it. So again, do I think we should be doing it? Absolutely. Do I think there should be investing it? Absolutely. But that's kind of how it works. That's the short and skinny of it. So with all that, we can see, the only real long-term trends right now are in energy. Here's your long-term trends. USO. All right. XOP right now. All right. Even, your semiconductors that had been beautiful long-term trends for a long time. Those long-term trends are breaking right now. All right. Long-term trend, we go flat. All right. Come back down. We move up. COVID happens. We move up. That's some really heavy selling going on there right now. All those. So, all right, everybody, I'm going to wrap up on that note. I thank you all very kindly. I hope you have a sunny and wonderful weekend wherever you are. I don't know about anybody else, but we got Little League opening weekend here, which is very exciting for us. So looking forward to that. Maybe get out there, getting some sunshine and some walks and all that. And, the last thing I'll leave you with is, what we're kind of discussing here, and with Neil and his question, finding these trends. The trends are harder to find. They're in fewer sectors. They're in fewer stocks, and they are shorter lived. How long this happens for, who knows? All right. When we throw things up, everything becomes relevant. You look at a SPY chart right here real quick. And, on this weekly chart, how long does this sell-off last? Who knows? There's things that are changing. We haven't had an environment where we had to raise rates for so long. The Fed has to raise rates now. How that translates to actually in fighting inflation, honestly, nobody really knows. We're in territory that nobody has a playbook for. And I'll tell you this, anybody that tells you they know, run as far away from those people as you can. Watch your charts. Put as little news on as possible. All right. The news is all about clickbait and fear porn and all those things like that. Kill as much news as you can. Go to the grocery store. Look at what you see. Go to the shopping centers, look at what you see, watch what people are doing, watch what the charts are doing, watch where people are spending their money. You can do, we do this every day when we go out, every week when we go out. Notice what parking lots are full, what parking lots are empty. All right. That's what's going to tell you your real story and a lot of this stuff. This is a long time now that we got this range right there. We topped out. We're headed back to that here. All right. Do I think something like that's going to happen again? I don't really think something like that's going to happen, a sharp drop, but could we bleed out over a while and make a move like that? Absolutely. I do think that that's possible. And I think that's more demoralizing than this is. That's much more demoralizing. That was ripping a Band-Aid off in a couple of weeks. It was over. We bottomed. We moved off. When you've got this Band-Aid being ripped off slowly, extremely demoralizing. All right. So that's your weekend ending there. So thanks everybody. I will catch you all on Monday and Tuesday of next week, and then I'm gone the rest of the week at the CMT symposium. So we'll see you then. All right. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.